Greetings traveler, I am Akira, a representative of the Twilight Society and the curator of these tales. Today, we will embark on a journey which is reborn into Secret Class Part 3. As always, if you want to support the creator of these works, their Patreon and story link will be in the description. Now, without further ado, buckle up and enjoy the story.
Chapter 31, Per Mia. Cha Mia's POV. To say that Mia wasn't happy about being left off of Dae Ho's video, even if the reason was understandable, and sweet too, was a huge understatement. She had texted him the moment she woke up, but so far she had yet to get a reply. It's been hours. She seethed in silence, her mind already conjuring up unlikely scenarios of Dae Ho being entangled with another woman. Somewhere far from home, in the embrace of some other wench, kissing and fucking and whispering sweet words. God, she hated it. There was a time she used to think he'd never be particularly popular, certainly not among women, but life had a funny way to get back at you. She was living proof of that. And now she was stuck between two different lives. One was that of a free-spirited young woman, and the other that of a sister in love with her stepbrother. Naturally, Mia had already accepted those feelings. Dae Ho made it very hard not to. Being in his arms, being kissed by him, being made love to, because with him it was love, not just sex. It made her stomach tingle and her heartbeat skyrocket. There was a sense of urgency as well. If she didn't stake her claim, someone else would sweep in and take him for themselves. Ugh! Mia ran a hand through her hair in frustration. She swept her legs off her bed and got up, making her way downstairs to grab some chocolate to ease her nerves. However, it was right at that moment that the main entrance door was opened, and familiar footsteps rang out. Everyone else in the family was accounted for. Well, except for her dad. But she instinctively knew who it was, like an addict catching the whiff of nicotine. Dae Ho! Mia hastily dashed downstairs, and when she turned around the corner, she almost slammed into Dae Ho. Strong hands grabbed her shoulders, halting her momentum. He wore a look of surprise. Mia Nuna? She gulped, a disarray of emotions clouding her judgment. Where have you been? Gosh, she didn't want to sound too controlling, but her earlier fantasies really scared her. Thought you knew already. Dae Ho released her, and she immediately missed his warm touch. I've been recording a new video for our channel. Her eyes roamed all over his face, then his neck, before doing an in-depth scan of every inch of his exposed skin. Good, there are no suspicious marks or bruises. She heaved a deep sigh. The sudden turmoil of emotions left her a little tired. She dabbed her forehead into his chest, eyes closing as she inhaled in his scent. Are you okay? Dae Ho asked, voice laced with genuine concern. He draped an arm around her shoulder, hand moving up and down her back, in soothing circles. HMHM. Mia nodded, not looking up. Not yet. Can you do me a favor? His slight dip of the chin against her head told her that he nodded. She continued, when you go out to record videos, take me with you, even if I'm sleeping. It's fine to wake me up. Yes, but then it'd be me who'll have to deal with your irritable ass for the rest of the day. Not worth it. Bastard. Despite that, a smile tugged at her lips. You know what makes me happy when I'm irritable? He chuckled, and the vibration spread from his chest into hers. Let me guess. Chocolate? That too. This time Mia pulled back, just a little, and stared deep into his eyes. But there's something else I prefer over chocolate. The fire in her eyes was contagious, and soon Dae Ho's body was also radiating lustful heat. Look at you. I just got back and you already can't keep your hands off of me. Mia tilted her head to the side, fully exposing her swan neck, and the vivid bruise on her throat. You've marked me. She placed a hand on his chest, finger drawing soft circles. Doesn't that mean that I'm yours, just as you're mine? I'm allowed to touch you if I want to, why didn't you hide it? Why should I? She smirked, eyes narrowing. I'm not ashamed of flashing it around. In fact, I'm proud of it. She turned her nose up, hands on her hips. People might start a skin. A new voice piped up. Huh? What are you two doing? Mia and Dae Ho instantly turned their heads around. Eunha was there, at the threshold that connected the main entrance to the living room. She alternated her gaze between them suspiciously. It might have been because of their closeness, or the way Mia was almost pasting herself into him, in a very intimate, unsibling-like way. Nothing? Mia forced a smile on her face as she distanced herself a bit from Dae Ho. Eun-ha blinked, eyes moving from Dae Ho to Mia, before they trekked down her throat, where a purple bruise was within plain sight. Mia froze, instinctively turning her head around to hide the love mark. "Were we being too loud, Auntie?" Dae Ho chimed in, wearing a composed smile. "I thought you were arguing," Eun-ha admitted, a thoughtful frown marring her face. The way she stared at them was not normal. In fact, it was the first time Dae Ho had seen her like that. Likewise, Mia never thought her mother was smart enough to realize certain things or to read between the lines. In some aspects, she was naive. She always gave off this feeling that she had to be protected. But that was what made her more appealing. Well, apparently she was wrong. Eun-ha was slowly connecting the dots, though, to what extent, either of them knew. She flashed him a flustered smile. "Dae Ho, honey, why don't you go wash up? Dinner will be ready soon." He traded a look with Mia, who nodded at him. "Nothing will happen, right?" she thought as she watched Dae Ho round up the corner and vanish upstairs. Why was it so hard to be with the one she loved? Eun-ha stood there, smile never leaving her face. Mia stared back at her, crossing her arms. "What's wrong?" Eun-ha blinked, before a soft, awkward laugh slipped past her lips. "Ha! I didn't know you had a boyfriend." Mia covered her hickey with a hand. "Well, it happened. Is it common?" Eun-ha followed up with genuine curiosity. "What? Hickeys, are they common?" Mia gaped. "I guess?" Eun-ha tapped her chin, lips puckered in thought. "I see." Then a smile bloomed on her face. "It's the first time I saw one on you, though." "Oh." Mia floundered for words. "As I said, it just sort of happened. Don't think too much about it." The sound of footfalls rang out in a lazy stride, prompting both of them to look up at Sua, who was traipsing down the stairs with an ever-present stoic expression on her face. Sua raised one eyebrow when she noticed her mother and older sister staring at her. There was a weird atmosphere between them, but she blissfully ignored it. Thank God, a distraction. Mia's lips curved into a wide smile as she lunged for Sua, grabbed her by the crook of her arm, and dragged her towards Eun-ha. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Sua frowned, silently cursing for being physically weaker than her sister. "Shouldn't you help Mom peel onions?" Mia asked with righteous indignation. Sua nursed her arm once it was released. "Isn't that your job, Uni?" A tick mark popped on Mia's forehead. "Why you? Is that a hickey?" Sua pointed out, immediately putting cold water on Mia's anger. She eyed the love bite up and down. "Bold of you to go around like that. For God's sake, at least have the decency to cover it. We don't need to know what you've been up to lately." Eun-ha laughed awkwardly. "If Dad sees you like that, he's gonna have a mental breakdown. Besides, do you really feel comfortable showing that off when Dae Ho is around? Don't put weird ideas into his head." Sua sighed as she stalked off. Mia zipped her lips. Some things were better left unsaid. And unbeknownst to her, Eun-ha was of the same mind. In fact, if Mia happened to look at her right in that instant, she'd notice a massive blush on her face. I have to finish preparing dinner." Eun-ha excused herself with a forced, albeit shy smile. With quick steps, she scuttled back to the kitchen, leaving Mia all alone. "What just happened?" She shook her head as she made her way up. The muffled rush of running water sounded out through the closed door. Mia licked her lips and approached the door, her steps light and feline. She needed a bit of D-vitamin to make up for the embarrassment she went through downstairs. She folded her fingers around the door handle, quietly twisted it, and violently swung it open. "Buh! You bastard!" Then she paled, mouth hanging open in horror. And so did Yanggu. When did he get back? Mia slammed the door shut. Chapter 32, Midnight Snack. Dinner was quite an awkward affair. And the protagonists of that were Mia and Yanggu, the latter of whom was sending weird glances Mia's way. She, on the other hand, was too busy stabbing the food with her chopsticks while staring at me. Yes, it was very awkward. Therefore, the moment I was done eating, I hastily scuttled upstairs, to my room. I lay down on the bed, unlocked my phone, and logged in on Kakao Story. I opened the chat with Lil Tifa, who was already online. Lil Tifa, he. I blinked, surprised. That was fast. Dae Ho, hey. Dae Ho, I've recorded a new video, and if the offer is still up, I would appreciate it if you could edit it for me. Naturally, as soon as I generate some revenue, I'll pay you for your work. Lil Tifa, you silly. Don't worry about it. I got you covered. I promise you that I'll finish it by the end of the day. My skill is unmatched under the heavens. A bold claim, but I wholeheartedly believed her. She was that good. However, Dae Ho, there's no rush. The video is quite long, and I want to upload it before the end of the week. Don't overwork yourself. Lil Tifa, ring and equal to ring and equal to. Lil Tifa, you're worried about me. And then she spammed gifs of blushing anime girls. I chuckled. Dae Ho, it would be sad if my first editor were to faint due to too much editing. Lil Tifa, no way I'm gonna faint. I live on sugar and head pats, that's all I need survive. I rolled my eyes, but a smile overtook my face nonetheless. I swept my thumb over the add file button and sent Tifa my latest video. It took a couple of seconds for the clip to load and be delivered. Tifa went silent for the whole duration of the video, around 13 minutes. Then, once she was done, Lil Tifa, that was great, really. I smiled. Since I was not exactly practical with YouTube videos, it boosted my confidence to hear her say that. Lil Tifa, but... Lil Tifa, say, Dae Ho, who's recording? Was there a problem with the recording? The camera didn't shake much, and Yuhi's angles were perfect. Dae Ho, a friend of mine, why? Lil Tifa, nothing. Degree. She sure liked to spam emojis. Lil Tifa, alrighty. I'ma get to work. Text you later. And then she was offline. I stared at the chat for a while longer before I logged out as well. Outside, the sky rumbled with lightning and flashes of silver. Soon, the pitter-patter of the rain enveloped the world. The sounds of nature were like a sleeping pill. I didn't wake up naturally. No. A soft, warm weight settled on top of me. A curtain of fruity, silky strands tickled my face. And when I fluttered my eyes open, a suggestive smirk greeted me. The luscious, plump lips opened, and the tip of my nose was captured between two rows of teeth. A hot puff of breath rolled into me. Then came the whisper. Good morning, Dae Ho, slept well? A beautiful face loomed in my blurry vision, like a mirage. I blinked, willing it to focus. Slender fingers stroked the side of my face. Mia? Nuna? I squinted my eyes, shifting a bit. However, with Mia's body plastered all over mine, it was quite a struggle. You look so cute when sleeping. Did you really watch me sleep? Her smile widened, a little bashful and a little amused. I did for a bit. I couldn't bring myself to wake you up. I laughed. But you did anyways. Can you really blame me? Her lips inched closer to mine. I can. Bastard, Mia whispered, silencing me with a searing kiss. Her tongue was a sly tentacle that slipped through the opening of my teeth the moment it saw the opportunity. She moaned, and so did I. Her hands clawed at my chest, and I wrapped my arms around her. A passionate waltz of tongues ensued. Mia twirled hers around mine, leading me into a slow dance before I promptly responded and took control. She melted into the kiss. I grappled onto her tongue, sucking and tugging it back inside her mouth, where she submitted it to me. I slid my hands down her sides, until each palm was delightfully cupping a soft mound. I squeezed and pressed them. Mia let a groan roll off her tongue, and the vibration spread through my mouth. You have no shame, attacking your little bro when he's sleeping, I whispered, and she gleefully returned the banter. Don't act like you don't love it. One of her hands dived down, between our entwined legs, and seized the growing bump in my underwear. A gasp left my mouth, and Mia greedily drank every breath that slipped out of me. Her tongue brushed across my lower lip, while she fondled my cock. The fire in my loins fanned through the rest of my body. You need to be disciplined. I growled into her gasping mouth. HMHM. Mia purred, pulling back a little. A path of drool connected our lips. I'm such a disobedient girl. What you gonna do about it? She ground her core against me. I grunted. One of my fingers found an opening in her dolphin shorts, and the rest of my hand followed. Her smooth, warm skin was an inexplicably pleasant sensation to my palm as I glided it across her cheeks. Eventually, the lone strip of her panties was parted, and my middle finger skimmed upward, teasing the tight, dripping slit before it curved over her butthole. I'm going to punish you, Mia Nuna. I rubbed the pad of my finger up and down the fissure of her anus. Mia's eyes, despite the pleasure-addled haze, widened comically. After prodding the outer rims, I added a little pressure to my finger, and it easily found the passage inside. HNNNNN. Her tongue stuck out, flapping around. And no. Dae. HNNN. Ho, don't do. HNNN. That. Her back arched, but sticking out. The grip of her rectum was tight and warm, denying me entry but craving my touch all the same. I wedged a little bit of it inside her, and Mia's face contorted between pain and pleasure, her tongue lolling around, breath coming out in hot puffs, like an excited dog. God, you're so tight here, Mia Nuna. My cock was aching, throbbing to be held in her hands, except that she was too busy focusing on the flashes of pleasure coming from her ass to rub my meat like she was before. You've been neglecting it, haven't you? And no. HNNN. Liar. I breathed into her ears, and by this point, she was whining and grinding against me. Her words and actions didn't match. You like it, but you don't want to admit it. I crammed my middle finger further inside her colon, curling the tip into a hook and moving it around. Her butt cheeks flexed and clenched. Her legs clamped hard around mine. She slammed a hand over her mouth to contain the mews and moans. It was unnecessary, really. Outside, the sky was still thundering. No one would hear us. So, with my left hand, I grabbed her wrist and pulled her hand away. Her gaping maw was exposed. She was surprised, even more so when I ambushed her squirming tongue, slurping, massaging and stroking its length inside my mouth. Her body swayed with each thrust of my finger. Now that her ass was accustomed to the intruder, the pain was a faraway echo. I was gentle, but not shy. Mia's tongue lay helplessly in my mouth. It had lost its will to fight the moment her virgin ass found companionship with my middle finger. I rocked it in and out, not too hard, but strong enough that her puckered hole opened up to welcome my digit, up to its hilt. The tight warmth of her hole clinging onto my finger made my cock twitch in anticipation for the main course. Just as I was about to shift Mia around to get behind her, she suddenly stilled, thighs quaking. A cry tore through her throat. And then she spurted her love juices all over me. I blinked, surprised. I didn't expect her to come so fast. As a matter of fact, by the bewildered look on Mia's face, either did she. Did she actually like it that much? My eyes light up. Mia, on the other hand, buried her face into my chest. Not a single word, she grunted, breathless. I didn't know you were into that, Mia Nuna. Truly a pleasant surprise. Though, I started in a low voice. You still haven't been punished yet. Mia snapped her head up, eyes wet and an intoxicated blush spread across her nose. Dae Ho, you... I slid my hands over her waist, and with a little nudge from my hips, I managed to roll us around. Now I was on top of her, hands at the sides of her face. She gulped, looking at me warily, though with a hint of excitement. You know exactly what I'm about to do to you, don't you, Mia Nuna? TCH. She averted her gaze, though there was no escape for her eyes. I cupped her chin and tilted it back towards me. You made such a pretty face when you came. And I was being honest. She went on all googly-eyed, mouth wide open, and tongue swirling around. And such pretty sounds too. Mia bit her bottom lip. You're so dirty. Well, my finger is. She glared at me. I laughed. Mia Nuna, you're so cute. Right before she could retort, I inched closer and took a bit of her bottom lip. I nibbled it softly, tweaking it between my teeth. Mia closed her eyes and held my face. When I pulled back, her glare had softened considerably, though it still retained that pouty glint. Fine, you can do it. And then she quickly added, but it was not because you called me cute or because you kissed me. I smiled. That was such bullshit. She smiled too, for she also knew that her words were ridiculous. It's my first time. Her eyes narrowed. You better not be going in raw. It made me happy that she was unplugged down there. Of course not. I disentangled myself from her and stood up. I hastily jogged over to a drawer and grabbed a small bottle of lube. I've got this. Mia, however, just stared at me. Why do you have that? Uncle Yongu gave it to me. Chapter 33, Popping the Cherry. The other one. Mia got undressed, slipping out of each garment in a provocative way. Her top, shorts, bra, and panties. She tossed all of it aside and leaned back, until she was lying down, arms above her head. She lifted her thighs a little, to hide the dripping cake between her creamy legs. Despite my immunity to beauty, there were times like this when either Mia or Eun-ha would blow me apart with those seemingly innocent shifts in positions. "Dae Ho," Mia called out. "You're staring." "I know," I said. "Sorry but not sorry." She smiled. "Come on." She squirmed a little. "Don't leave a lady waiting. Gotta build up the tension and the anticipation, you know?" I laughed a little as I tugged my shorts and underwear down. Since the weather was so hot, I avoided wearing shirts to sleep, so I was completely naked. My cock was proudly standing in attention. Mia stared at it with a bit of trepidation. I climbed back on the bed, paddling forward until I was between her legs. However, the moment I got closer, her eyes narrowed, focusing somewhere on my shoulder. I blinked, suddenly reminded of something very important. "Dae Ho," Mia started, propping herself on her elbows. "Who did that?" I kept my composure. "What are you talking about?" Feigning innocence was not really the way out, but it was good enough to stall for time. She tilted her head, eyes narrowing. "Idiot. That hickey, who did it?" Someone." I gulped. I didn't really feel guilty since there was no commitment between us, but it was the fact that I was frolicking with her mother, of all people, that made me feel a little bad. Mia wanted more than what we had right now, and me flashing her the signature of another woman on my neck was not really a smooth move. Mia's glare slowly lost its heat. She huffed out a breath, averting her gaze. "Did you have sex with her?" "No," I said. And it was the truth. "I see." Mia shifted a little, finally managing to look back at me. There was a flustered flush on her face and a competitive glint in her eyes. That threw me for a loop. "You won't tell me who it is, right? I don't think it'd benefit anyone, you knowing." She smirked. "Well, it's fine." "Was it though? I'll eventually figure out who it is. What's with that face?" Her villainous-like smile was definitely of no help. "Are you scared?" "Yes," I said, mustering a sincere look. "I'm scared it'd ruin our relationship." She went silent as she stared at me. "And why would it?" "It simply would. I know what I'm asking is unreasonable, but—" I started, stroking the side of her face with the back of my fingers. "Don't look into it. I can't simply forget about it," she rebutted, sullen. "I know. So that person is someone I know, right?" Her keen intuition was at play. "Fine. Fine. Whatever." Mia clicked her tongue. "I won't look into it." She didn't look into my eyes when she said so. I sighed. "Great job running the mood," I said resentfully. "Oh, you don't want to fuck my tight asshole anymore?" She smoldered me with a lusty stare, and the fire in my stomach flared up with new intensity. "If you won't, I'm just gonna play with it by myself." Now, let's not be hasty," I quickly amended, and Mia smiled victoriously. I placed a hand on her inner thigh. She bit her bottom lip. "Besides, with how excited you're down here, I don't believe you'd be able to cope with the loss of my wonderful cock." Mia wrinkled her nose. "How arrogant." My hand slid deeper into her core. My fingers teased the moist folds, earning me a soft whine. Then I slipped my middle finger down, drawing circles around the pink fissure. "As weird as it sounds, you have a very good-looking butthole, Mia Nuna." Shut up," I chuckled. Then I grabbed the bottle of lube, uncapped it, and squeezed a generous amount of it into my hand. I made sure that lube-slicked fingers penetrated Mia's ass, smearing the substance inside her. After that, I coated my throbbing shaft in it. My thick cock was enveloped by a beautiful, smooth sheen. Once the preparation was done, I stared at Mia. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" She stared back at me, a bit intimidated but willing to go through with it. "I am. Are you?" I nodded, and proceeded to aim my flared cockhead against the puckered entrance. The moment contact was made, Mia instinctively grabbed fistfuls of my sheets. "Relax, Mia Nuna. If you feel like it's too much, just say so and I will stop." She closed her eyes and nodded. "Good." I grabbed my shaft and guided it in. Slowly. Very slowly. Mia's butthole stretched a little, but still offered a lot of resistance. So I applied more strength into my hips, rocking them forward, but not too much. Eventually, the rims unfurled, swallowing my cockhead. Mia hissed, her knuckles widening. I waited for her to say something, and when she didn't say, I took it as her green light to continue. Inch by inch, I wedged the top half of my shaft inside her defiant ass. HNN! Mia whimpered, eyes screwed shut. Despite the cries of pain, she didn't utter a single word. I cupped her calves and lifted them up. She got the hint and arched her back, prompting the whole lower side of her butt to be exposed. That gave me better access. Mia grunted when I thrust my waist forward. In fact, her hands released my sheaths and lunged for her butt cheeks. She desperately tried to stretch them further apart, as if doing so would lessen the pain. Mia! No. I groaned when the warm, tight pleasure shifted its focus from the mushroom tip of my cock to its shaft, and then radiated throughout my body. By this point, Mia's butthole had swallowed my entire shaft, its lips sealing around the hilt of my fuckstick. Luckily, the lube made this whole operation easier and smoother. She was incredibly tight, like a fist of soft, warm flesh clenched around my dick. The muscular grip of her rectum strangled my shaft, refusing to let go when I tried to pull back. Dae Ho! Mia mewed, her breathing fast and rough, coming out in waves of vapor. Her eyes were wet, and her whole face was red. HNNN! I growled, a ball of heat growing in my stomach. I tried to be gentle, but with each controlled thrust, my dick was melting in a pool of pleasure. She was squeezing me from all sides in a tight embrace. It was like an itch that I could be relieved of only if I started pounding her nicely and properly. I held back those instincts. It was her first time, after all. Maybe once she was fully used to my size, I could be more rough. However, faster, Dae Ho. That didn't seem to be necessary. I stared at her with wide eyes. She stared back at me with a googly-eyed expression, tongue lolling out, dripping saliva all over her breasts. I briefly thought she said that because she saw how difficult it was for me to keep up my composure, but the way her face was twisted in ecstasy, the way she looked at me in that heated, obsessed manner was too genuine to be faked. Something in my head snapped. A growl tumbled out of my lips. I slid my hands over her legs and wheeled me around, until she was on all fours, curled up like a fetus and sticking that delicious, sweat-slicked butt up to me. Dae Ho! The sudden emptiness made her frantic. I was pretty much the same. I never had much of a preference for anal sex in my previous life. It was too messy and required a lot of preparation if my partner was not used to it. Many of them weren't. And many others didn't really like it. Therefore, my experience was limited. However, it had been only a scant few minutes with Mia, yet I already couldn't imagine me and her never doing this again. I hastily realigned my mushroom head against her gaping hole and jammed it all the way home. The moment I felt her insides rearranging to snuggle me up, I released a sigh of relief. Mia groaned, melting into a puddle of goo in my bed and singing notes of pleasure. My waist rocked back and forth, clobbering her backside like God intended me to. I hissed as the sensations coursing through my cock turned off all of my restraints. I smacked her butt, relishing in the crisp ripple that spread across her cheeks. Mia's pitch went an octave higher, her insides tightening around my pounding cock. That was my cue to keep disciplining her ass until a burning handprint was left behind on her skin. HNNNN! She cried out, toes curling. Dae Ho! I'm a... She couldn't finish that sentence, for I had slapped a hand over her flapping mouth, and slithered a finger inside, to play with her swirling tongue. Meanwhile, I continued to clobber her rear passage with animalistic abandon. My thrusts were packed with wild power. The faster I moved, the faster Mia milked me towards my orgasm. I could briefly hear the cracks of thunder outside, and I was thankful that they managed to cover our screams, because the moment the pressure in my stomach was released, I was bereft of my senses. I didn't know how loud I was, or Mia for that matter. Everything was spinning, leaving me dizzy and stiff. Waves upon waves of ecstasy came crashing into me, riding on my nerve endings. Underneath me, Mia's taut cheeks were clenched tightly, her thighs quaking. And the slit below her bumhole spurted out continuous streams of love sap, slicking down my legs and dampening the sheets under us. I stood there, breathing heavily and barely cognizant of my surroundings. It was only when the remnants ripples of pleasure faded that I was finally able to come back from that out-of-body experience. Slowly I pulled out. Mia trembled, breathing heavily into my pillow. I slumped back, bleary-eyed as I stared at Mia's gaping butthole. It was still wide open and reddened. Inside that deep, dark channel, I saw my cum come back to the surface. Mia, much to her embarrassment, farted everything out. The thick streams of jizz traveled down her pussy, before finally dribbling onto the bed. And despite the messiness of it all, there was an inexplicable artistic nuance to Mia's butt. Be it our sweat, her juices, or my cream. Everything blended together into this beautiful fresco. Chapter 34 Pillow Talk. Mia's breathing blew across my chest. She was snuggled up into my bosom, with one of my arms wrapped around her. There was a content smile on her face, and from time to time she'd groan and burrow further into my embrace, seeking more warmth and protection. I gave up on sleeping the moment I woke up to Mia straddling me. If she wasn't so cuddly, I would have gotten up and done a bit of research. Perhaps a quick workout too, since this body of mine could have easily handled it. However, watching Mia sleep after our earlier naughty wrestling, with such a pleasant expression, made my heart beat a little too fast. Why was it that both Mia and Eun-ha had such an overwhelming effect on me? I was pretty resistant to beautiful women. A life like mine was bound to make any meek young boy into a hardened man. So why was that both of these women, these relatives, were like kryptonite to me? The more I stared at Mia, the more I realized how much she meant to me. And it was not in a figurative, familial sense, but a romantic one. Perhaps the days without fame and random women throwing themselves at me had turned me into the young boy I used to be, so eager to love and to be loved. With a sigh, I reached a hand out, and, with the knuckles of my fingers, caressed the side of her face. Mia reacted by widening her smile and clawing herself further into my chest. "Why are you so cute?" I whispered, still stroking her right cheek. She grunted, mumbling something in her sleep. I agree. I nodded, even though I hadn't the slightest clue as to what she said. The storm outside had waned considerably throughout our lovemaking. Only a faint pitter-patter could be heard. Mia, obviously, was quick to fall asleep to the soothing coo of nature. I stared at the ceiling. How do I make this work? My relationship with Eun-ha and Mia. In my previous world, polygamy was highly frowned upon. Of course, there were still a few cases, but they were far and few between. I was also a firm believer in loyalty to a single woman. In fact, it was one of the reasons why I didn't take my relationship with Mia to the next stage. However, with how entangled I was with them, it was inevitable that, at some point, they'd figure out what I was up to behind their backs. So I either cut them off, which I had no intention of doing, or confronted them about it, also a risky move. I knew how Mia felt about me. Eun-ha, on the other hand, was a bit more vague, understandably so. She bottled everything up, despite my best attempts to bring her inner, caged self out. It was not like I couldn't understand why she was like that. She stood on the remains of her wrecked marriage. Every day, she woke up to someone she didn't love. I wanted to help her. I really did. But how? Love doesn't fix everything. I heaved a deep sigh, my hand never stopping gliding up and down Mia's cheek, in a soft, straight path. A buzzing, followed by a familiar melody, rang out next to me. I turned my head to the side, noticing the display of my phone lighting up. I shuffled a bit, my other arm extending to grab the device. I didn't want to wake Mia up, so I made sure my movements were slow and smooth. The moment I unlocked it, I saw the name of the sender. Lil Tifa. It was 4 a.m. Was she already done with the editing? My suspicions were confirmed when I opened the chat and a file was attached to her message. Actually, it was 2 files. One a video, and the other a picture, though its preview was not available. Lil Tifa, Dae Ho. Wakey wakey. I'm done. Tell me what you think about it. Did she stay up all night to finish it? I tapped on download, and the files were transferred to my phone, taking no more than 10 seconds to install everything. I decided to watch the video first. Everything was mostly the same, though Lil Tifa had trimmed down some unnecessary fat, like random periods of silence when I was thinking about what to say next. She added some nice transitions, a catchy background song, and some text to go along with my explanation. Overall, it was a really neat work. I was impressed. Mia shifted next to me, getting more comfortable. The video ended, the screen slowly darkening. The background song faded along with it. I can't believe she's willing to work for free. It was not as if I wasn't wary of a hidden agenda being the main motivator for Lil Tifa to do so. But at the same time, I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. With that thought in mind, I lazily clicked on the picture file. The moment it overtook the entirety of my screen, I raised an eyebrow. A semi-naked young woman was sitting on her bed. Her bare, pale thighs were huddled together, making them look thicker than they probably were. She was wearing an unbuttoned, white flannel shirt. It barely covered the important bits, though that was the teasing charm of the picture. Her creamy midsection was fully exposed, along with the outer edges of her breasts, but no more than that. Her stomach was flat and toned, not to mention incredibly pale. My eyes trailed up, wanting to put a face to that body, but Lil Tifa had slightly angled the camera downward. Only the lower half of her face was visible. I huffed out a chuckle. There was no way this wasn't intentional. Dae Ho, Tifa, you sneaked a nudie in there, didn't you? Her reply was quick to come. Lil Tifa, who? What are you talking about? Dae Ho, you sent me a picture along with the file. Lil Tifa, oh god. I'm so sorry. */Omega. I probably clicked it on accident. It was just lying there in my gallery, haha. I rolled my eyes. Excuses? Dae Ho, I see. It makes sense, haha. No, it didn't. Perhaps playing dense was better? Choices. Mia groaned, repositioning herself in my embrace. It was all an unconscious move. She was still asleep. However, when her hand made a downward descent towards my navel, I instinctively knew something was afoot. Who are you talking to? I blinked and turned my head to my right. Mia was staring at me, eyes sleep-addled but sober enough to catch me red-handed. Well, there was nothing to be guilty of. My editor. I didn't miss a beat. I typed a quick thank you to Tifa and then logged out. It was about our latest video. The one you left me out of. She pointed out, though it lacked any real heat. Because I was gentlemanly enough to let you have your beauty sleep, not that you need any. She rolled her eyes. I laughed. And you better take me with you next time. Mia poked at my ribs, as if to emphasize her point. Or what? I whispered challengingly. You're gonna ambush me in the middle of the night to show me how displeased you are? A smirk played out on her face. She leaned her mouth next to my ear, her teeth grazing my lobe. I could use some ropes next time. Some candle wax as well, and a cock ring. 'Cause why not? You're surprisingly defenseless when you sleep. I frowned. Who isn't? Exactly. Her hot breath slipped into my ear, making itself at home there. Shivers went down my spine. That would be very disobedient of you, Mia Nuna, I said, narrowing my eyes. The smile never left her face, and all I wanted in that moment was to kiss it off, to silence her with a passionate tongue dance and turn her into a moaning mess. She made an innocent face, blinking olishly at me. Oh, woe is me. Maybe you were not rough enough earlier? I bit my lip. You're not serious. Mia rolled around until she was straddling me. Her eyes were in a deadlock with mine. I had a perfect view of her breasts, big, perky, and bold enough to defy gravity. Ha! Ain't telling you. And then she tilted her head down until the crown of her hair rested against my chin. Her lips brushed across my chest. I briefly thought a blowjob was in order. Turned out I was wrong. Mia didn't move any lower. Her hands skimmed across my torso, nails scratching and sinking into my skin. I clenched my jaw as the sharp pain flared, no doubt leaving red welts behind. I'm still unhappy that someone else marked you, she whispered. I couldn't see her eyes, but her tone had a very possessive lilt. Is that so? I whispered back. I placed a hand on the back of her head, content with running my fingers through her flaxen locks. What are you gonna do about it? Mia chuckled into my chest, her warm breath tickling my skin. And then she chomped on my left pectoral, exactly where my heart was located. An intense pain shot up. I swallowed back the hiss that almost tumbled out of my lips. It was not a soft bite. It didn't have any love to it. It had more aggression than passion. Still, I didn't push her away. Her tongue ran laps around the crimson marks, slippery and wet. It dulled the pain a little. She tucked a stray tress of hair behind her ear and slowly pulled away. A fading trail of saliva briefly connected her tongue to my chest. The twinges continued their path through my nerves. I looked down, assessing the damage. Unlike her previous hickey, this one was considerably more evident, almost like a tattoo. The bruise was deeper, and so were the dents she left behind with her teeth. Thankfully, the skin didn't crack enough for blood to seep through. You want to maim me now? I stared at Mia, eyes narrowed. There was a satisfied, albeit bashful, smile on her face. I just wanted to make sure my mark was more powerful than theirs. If they tried to outdo me, They'd probably rip a chunk of your flesh off, she said, puffing out her chest in pride. Yeah, something I'm definitely not looking forward to. I grimaced. Does it hurt a lot? Mia asked with a purr, rocking her hips into mine. Naturally, due to our entangled position, like two connected pieces of Tetris, her sleek warmth and softness was pressing and grinding against my meat. The reaction that followed was as natural as it was instinctive. Yes, it does, I said with a faux sniff. Perhaps you can make it feel better? Mia smirked, tapping her chin in thought. Her grinding never stopped. Instead, it gained intensity. She swayed left and right, as if dancing. Her moist folds rubbed along the length of my shaft. Despite that, my eager erection didn't penetrate the elusive hole. She was happy with teasing me, with making me lose the last vestiges of my patience. You want me to kiss the boo-boo away? Well, a kiss wouldn't be unwelcome. I thrust my hips upward. A groan rumbled in her throat. The facade she had put on to tease me was more vulnerable than I thought. You like to kiss me, don't you? Sometimes. I propped myself up and wrapped my arms around her. She blinked at me, blushing a little. I ran my hand down the sensitive ridge of her spine, smiling as I watched her squirm and bite her lip. I nuzzled the side of her face, my lips brushing across her earlobe. Sometimes? In that case, I'll just kiss someone else. Don't you, HNN? Dare, she said, moaning and grappling onto me. Her butt continued riding me, rubbing and slicking my cock with her overflowing juices. I wondered how long until her self-restraint broke and she impaled herself on my member. The face she was making denoted that she was close to that breaking point. What if I denied her of it? That mischievous thought was planted in my head. I moved a little closer and nibbled her ear. She squeaked out a very cute sound, somewhere between a squeal and moan. I'm a very daring man. I chuckled, my hand now resting on the beautiful crevice of her ass. One of my fingers treaded down, hitching over her butthole, and like a fish caught on a bait, she was thoroughly hooked by the sensation. Mia melted into my bosom, her eyes unfocused. That was the perfect moment to deliver the coup de grace. And I did so with a playful slap on her delicious butt cheek. All right, Mia Nuna. Do you know what I want to do right now? She shook her head against my chest, breathing quietly. I want to go out for a run, so get your ass up. She froze, and so did her breathing. Chapter 35, Smoke and Mirrors. Eunha's POV. Come on, Dae Ho. Mia, in her usual exuberant fashion, wrapped a hand around Dae Ho's shoulder, grinning foolishly at him. We're gonna have fun, forget about the channel for one day. Eunha stared at her bowl of soup, her appetite dead and gone. A lump of something was stuck in her throat. You two have gotten really close, Suwa observed. And for some reason, it made Eunha's hands ball into fists. Even she didn't know why she was feeling that way. We've always been, Mia said with an extravagant flip of her hair. Isn't that right, Dae Ho? She winked at him. Dae Ho hummed. That's not entirely true. Mia narrowed her eyes, and he smirked in response. Though I must admit that our recent conjoined venture into creating a new YouTube channel has let me see a very endearing side of her. See? Mia puffed her chest out, triumphantly. Suwa stared at her sister for a moment longer before she decided that it wasn't really her business. Yang-gu, on the other hand, was blissfully unaware of the tension at the table as he browsed through the messages on his phone. Now, Dae Ho, open your mouth, Seon, she prompted, holding a chopstickful of rice in front of his mouth. Dae Ho stared at her. She stared back, unflinching. I'm not a kid, Mia Nuna. Mia. And the chopsticks were poking his cheek insistently. Dae Ho released a sigh and reluctantly opened his lips. Mia smiled widely as she held a hand underneath the chopsticks, in case the rice dropped, and tucked the food into his mouth. Eunha felt a lance of heat spearing through her chest. Happy? He asked resentfully. Mia beamed at him. Yes. She prodded him with her hand. Now it's your turn to feed. Dae Ho. Eunha swiftly interrupted. Dae Ho and Mia turned to stare at her. Now in the spotlight, Eunha was a little conflicted, but if she didn't go through with it, the heat in her chest would never cool down. Here on. She clamped her chopsticks around a slab of meat and held it to him. Eunha blushed, but didn't back down. Dae Ho craned his neck forward and sealed his lips around the tips of her chopsticks. She pulled back, staring at him with sparkly doe eyes. How is it? It's delicious, as expected of you, Auntie. The uncomfortable heat in her chest was replaced by a soothing warmth. Is that so? A bright smile bloomed on her face. She couldn't help but giggle, hiding the happy bursts behind her hand. She was immensely pleased with herself. Eat up, Dae Ho! Here! And then she proceeded to fill up his plate. Wait! Mia was flustered. I'll feed him, Mom. Eun-ha promptly ignored her daughter's pleas. It's fine, dear. It's my job to take care of him. Despite her bold words, there was a shy crimson tint on her cheeks. What am I doing? She thought, slightly embarrassed. Then she chanced a glance at Dae Ho, who stared at her with a calculative expression. Eun-ha bit her bottom lip, her blush flaring even harder. And when she tilted her gaze to the right, she caught Suo's narrowed eyes, an unreadable frown on her face. Neither of them said anything, and it was probably for the best. Mia eventually gave up persuading her and slumped back in her seat. Yang-gu didn't seem to have noticed anything unusual. Eun-ha was thankful for that, not that there was anything wrong with what she did. She was just feeding her adopted son. If Mia could. When lunch finally ended, Mia and Suo were still shooting Eun-ha weird glances. Much to her relief, both of them shrugged their suspicions off and scuttled upstairs. Yang-gu had received an important call, and thus excused himself. Finally, she was alone. She could do her chores and pee. Dae Ho placed a hand on Eun-ha's shoulder, startling her. Are you all right, Auntie? You look. He paused, trying to find the right words. Feverish? Eun-ha pursed her lips, scratching her cheek. She didn't expect him to stay behind. I'm not. I'm just... She averted her gaze, chuckling innocently. A little worked up. He tilted his head, his eyes narrowing. What's wrong? His piercing stare made her heart flutter. And nothing. She unconsciously reached a hand out and rested it on his chest, her fingers sliding across the bulging muscles. Dae Ho looked down, his eyebrows quirking up. She blinked, and immediately retracted her misbehaving hand. Don't you have to go out with Mia? She asked, clearing her throat. Dae Ho's eyes softened. If you're feeling unwell, I can cancel it. She'll understand. Eun-ha mentally rebuked herself for her improper behavior and thoughts. Something was very, very wrong with her. No, dear. You don't have to do that. Dae Ho stepped closer. Is it about us? His voice was barely louder than a whisper. Eun-ha froze. The question momentarily socketed the air out of her lungs. Her lips opened and closed, the words lingering at the tip of her tongue but finding no strength to come out. Auntie? What makes you think that? She waved her hand, as if to dismiss the idea. Except that he wasn't wrong. He was at the core of her problems. She simply couldn't forget the slow descent of his lips on her skin, the smoldering looks they traded, or the whispered love between one kiss and another. You're not looking at me, Dae Ho said, seeking her eyes, but she avoided him. She played with her fingers. It's because you're too close. To the truth? Her eyes drooped, and an air of melancholy clung to her. She rubbed her neck awkwardly. I should be more honest with myself. The problem was that honesty could do more harm than good, especially if it involved her marriage and her twisted relationship with her adopted son. What good would the truth do in that case? She might as well keep the skeletons tightly secured in her closet. However, do I really want to live like this? She thought with a sigh, before she gazed up at Dae Ho, at his concerned eyes. Dae Ho, are you seeing someone at the moment? He blinked, caught off guard. Not exactly. The implied meaning was not lost on her. So, it's a casual thing? Dae Ho winced, a stab of guilt distorting his face. Yes and no. She bit her bottom lip. What do you mean? He stared at her, wondering how to best formulate his answer. It started as casual, but it's becoming something more. Eun-ha exhaled. I see. A few seconds of silence ensued. Then she steeled her resolve. Her eyes shone with determination. What about us? Is it a casual thing? It was her first time seeing Dae Ho at such a loss for words. Is it casual to you, Auntie? He returned the question right back at her. Regardless, she had made up her mind. No, Dae Ho, it's not. I can't even blame him. I was the one who initiated those acts of intimacy with him. Eun-ha was fine with how things were between them. A fleeting fancy, she told herself. She'd grow out of it, she told herself. It was nothing more than a harmless crush born from a failed marriage and the constant neglect from the man she swore herself to. But now that Dae Ho was growing close to someone else, someone who wasn't her, it made something in her chest constrict painfully. It kept her awake at night. She didn't want to lose him. "Where does this leave us?" Dae Ho asked, appearing highly contemplative yet not knowing what course of action to take. "We're both in a position that doesn't give us much leeway to do what we want." She nodded quietly. "It's not as if I can make him promise me his full exclusivity. He was already entangled with someone else. I'm not even sure if this is the right thing to do." "Let's do a trial run," Eun-ha suggested, cheeks burning. She could hardly believe those words left her mouth. "We can start by getting to know each other better. More intimately. Auntie, I'm not saying we should put an official name to our relationship, not yet." Eun-ha inwardly cringed at her words. Gosh, she was so embarrassed. Was she actually suggesting some kind of immoral, secret rendezvous with him? She was still married, for God's sake. However, her heartbeat thumped with the power of 1,000 horses. A wave of heat spread through her body, focusing on her face. "Nothing good will come out of it," Dae Ho said in a soft tone. "You know that, don't you?" Eun-ha just smiled, letting the exhaustion of pouring her feelings out bleed through. "Dae Ho, if you don't feel for me the same way I do for you, it's fine, just say so, and I promise I'll." The words halted in her throat when she was suddenly pulled forward, encased between warm, powerful arms. A familiar scent bathed her face, and she breathed all of it, finding comfort in its familiarity. "You're such a fool, Auntie." "Am I?" She chuckled. "I probably am. I swore to myself that I'd make you happy." Dae Ho tightened his hold on her, and she gladly let herself be consumed by his warmth. "Initially, it was because I felt like I owed you a debt, for welcoming me into this family, for taking care of me." His tone lowered. "But when I got to see the vulnerable woman behind that carefree facade, when I held you that night, when I caught that earnest look in your eyes, I realized that it was all smoke and mirrors. I had been lying to myself, and likely not for the first time." Butterflies fluttered in her stomach. "I don't know if what I feel for you is what I think it is. I don't want to lead you on, Auntie. It wouldn't be fair. Not for you, me, or her." Dae Ho slowly released Eun-ha, keeping her at arm's length. "Can we talk tonight?" "Tonight. Before we take this any further, I wish to come out with the truth, and see where it goes from there. Perhaps it's a mistake, but I don't want to hurt you, or her. God knows I'm already knee-deep in this mess. You don't deserve to be disappointed again," he said, heaving a deep breath. "Tonight, in the living room. I'll tell you everything then." Chapter 36. The Calm Before the Storm. "You look distracted." A soft weight settled on my back, arms cascading down my torso. A waterfall of butter-yellow hair swished over me, and its fruity fragrance reached my nose. Mia's chin found its favorite perch on the crook of my neck, eyes fluttering shut as she greedily inhaled my scent. I was too preoccupied staring at the floor to notice her presence. "Mia." She nuzzled her nose up my neck, until her lips brushed against my left ear. A warm rush of air tingled my lobes. "What's wrong, Dae Ho? Not in the mood?" I smiled, crooking my head sideways. Mia pounced at the opportunity and assaulted my neck in a storm of kisses. Unlike a real storm, however, hers was more like a pleasant breeze. "Just been thinking about the best way to explain someone you've been secretly fucking their daughter. Or in Mia's case, her mother. Hence, I decided to tuck myself into my room and run simulations in my head. Mia, naturally, ruined everything. It's okay. I forgive you," I said kindly. "Huh!" Mia blinked. My words threw her for a loop. Even her lips had momentarily frozen mid-kiss. "But I didn't do anything? You've made my life a lot harder to deal with." She scrunched up her face. "Dae Ho, what are you, She squealed, straightening up and releasing me. I had sneaked one hand behind her and jabbed it softly into a particularly ticklish area of her tummy. Now free, I turned around, seized her, and wheeled her into my lap. Mia was briefly stunned at the reversal of position. I wrapped my arms around her, shifting her closer to me. She instinctively locked her hands around my neck, leveraging herself on top of me. "Mia," I started, and the tone of my voice wiped the sultry look off her eyes. I know this is out of the blue, but I'd like to come clean to you. Clean? She leaned closer, our noses almost touching. Is it about that other chick you're banging behind my back? Behind her back. It was not as if it was a secret. I mean, I smirked, edging closer to those plush, ravishing lips of hers. I could bang her in front of you if that's what you want. Har har. Mia drawled out a fake laugh as she gave me the stink eye. You wish. I do. So? She urged me, her minty breath rolling over my face. Spill the beans. Who's this woman I'm supposed to murder? I pursed my lips into a thin line. Here it goes. Your mother. I dropped the bomb in a soft whisper. Mia blinked, tilting her head sideways. Disbelief clung to her face. Dae Ho, this is not funny, she asserted with a tight frown. Who is it? Mia Nuna. I sighed, briefly wondering if this was really the right course of action. Honesty was good and everything, but in this case, I wasn't so sure. I knew that, eventually, they'd find out about each other. It nearly happened a few times. It's a little complicated, so please listen carefully. Mia froze. Her lips were parted in an outward display of pure befuddlement. I chewed over the words in my head, picking them apart, and putting them back together in the most sensible way I could. It was a touchy subject, and I wanted to soften the blow. I didn't mean for it to happen. And that was the truth. I'm sure either did Auntie. Now, don't get me wrong. I was not the one who initiated the whole thing. In fact, all of it was born from an ill-timed misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Mia snapped incredulously. Let me finish. I promptly stopped the chain of questions that hung on her tongue. There was a smoldering fire in her eyes, but she gave me the benefit of the doubt. I treaded on carefully. Your mother was quite concerned with how I appeared to be blissfully ignorant of my urges, and what they meant for me. I don't blame her, I blame life. I'm in my 20s, and Auntie thought my severe lack of knowledge in the subject would come to bite me back in the ass later. Quite ironically, it did, but for a whole different reason. Mia's exquisite face was squeezed into an unreadable frown. I was glad she didn't barrage me with questions, or worse yet, her fists. Her silence paved the stage for my next words. Therefore, she eased me into the groove of things, so to speak. It wasn't supposed to happen again. We didn't have sex, I immediately clarified. But contrary to our agreement, we somehow found ourselves in each other's arms, again and again. I didn't know what to make of it, and I believe she didn't either. She... Mia pulled back slightly, though she made no motion to extricate herself from me. Cheated on Dad? There was an edge to her tone, but most of it was offset by the sheer incredulity of it all. And how could I blame her? This was Eun Ha we were talking about. A traditional woman who took her role as a wife seriously. She was a bit naive, but she meant well. Things are a bit more complicated than that, Mia Nuna. And that was understating it. A lot. However, it was not my place to explain the intricate mess behind her parents' marriage. The frown on Mia's face deepened. This is a lot to take in, she admitted, slowly climbing off of me, hands tucked on her lap. The shadow of her hair covered her eyes, making it hard to gauge what was going through her mind. Regardless, I was glad she was taking all of that in stride and not lashing out at me without hearing a proper explanation first. I tentatively placed a hand on her shoulder. She didn't shake it off. Listen, I talked to Auntie earlier. I've told her the same thing, except that she doesn't know who the other woman is. I reckon she has her doubts, but it will all come to light tonight. Tonight, Mia muttered, giving me a weird look. Dae Ho, why are you telling me this right now? Why not wait until tonight? Because I need you to not freak out when the time comes and the chips are down. It would be very stupid of me to simply shove you two in a room, reveal all the naughty things we did, and expect you two not to lose your shit. I shrugged. And let's be honest, between you and Auntie, you're the most volatile tone. She humped my shoulder, glaring at me. That's not true. I chuckled. HMHM. Mia sneaked a glance at me, eyes narrowing. Say, what are you expecting to come out of it? What do you mean? I raised an eyebrow in question. She wrinkled her nose. I mean this whole thing. She waved her hands, as if to point up at some abstract concept she couldn't put into words. Between you, me and Mom. Are you expecting me and Mom too? I don't know, come to some sort of cliché agreement about how much we love you and how devastatingly sad it'd be if any of us were to end up heartbroken if you were forced to choose one of us. And Theen, once everything is said and done, we'd make up, share a laugh, and have a threesome with you? I gulped. Ahem. The thought did cross my mind, but I was a man, and I was semi-dating a pair of extremely beautiful women. A mom and daughter pair. Could I be blamed for that? What? No! I waved her off, hiding my true intentions behind an awkward cough. Of course, if it comes down to that, I'd be helpless to do anything about it. At her deadpan look, I continued. However, I'm mostly aiming for a quick band-aid removal sort of situation. I want to avoid a scenario where both of us were to find the truth in a less than pleasant way. I'm not expecting a solution of any kind to come out of our incoming discussion. Whatever happens, happens. I'm more than willing to shoulder the responsibility. Besides, Mia pressed. If the topic of choosing one really pops up, do you honestly believe your mother would haggle with you over me? I gave her a sad smile. Chances are that Auntie would rather have me choose you than her. Mia went silent at that, eyes slightly widening. You want the whole truth. I want to come clean. And Auntie has some heavy-duty explanation to make regarding her problems. I peered at her intently. So, tonight. Living room. Will you be there? Mia chewed on her bottom lip. Yes. Fine. Whatever. And then she locked her eyes onto mine. Their intensity nearly threw me off. I'm not happy about this, but I'm not going to jump to conclusions without knowing why she thought it a good idea to mess around with you of all people. She clutched a hand around my jaw, her grip tight and firm, bordering on painful. You better prepare some note cards, because if I'm not satisfied with how this evening goes, I'll eat you up. And then she stood up, barely sparing me a single-eyed glance as she flipped her hair in an overdramatic fashion and stalked off. Chapter 37, To Mend the Crack's Eye. Sua's POV. There were subtle changes in the house. It would escape the eye if one didn't pay too much attention. Sua thought it was all in her head, like watching shadows flicker and warp in the darkness. Of course, nothing is ever there, but the visual impression would always build up a bizarre story to explain the phenomenon, like ghosts or shadow people. But that was not the point. The point was that, this time, she wholeheartedly believed Dae Ho was the driving force behind this change. It wasn't a trick of the light. Sua had a neutral relationship with him. He was a handful of sunshine, while she was the polar opposite. He thrived in social situations, while she simply survived. She couldn't claim to know everything about him, but she'd have to be blind not to notice the sudden 180-degree turn his behavior did. It was like staring at a whole different person, which was quite ridiculous. People didn't change like that. They didn't become stupidly talented at football overnight, and yes, she did watch the video. They didn't start to work themselves out to death, disciplined enough to follow through a harsh regime every day. And they also didn't become confident like that. No. Confidence required experience. You had to put in the work to become a man of that caliber. There was no recipe to skip the whole process and shove you into the finish line. Dae Ho, on the other hand, had proved that miracles were possible. And Sua couldn't help but pay a little more attention to this enigmatic little brother of hers. Mia was behaving oddly. And so was their mother. The sudden change in dynamics was not exactly covert, if that was what they were hoping for. Both of them had a bad habit of staring at Dae Ho, with the latter being blissfully oblivious to the attention heaped onto him. Mia and Eun-ha had changed, and Dae Ho was at the core of it. That was not really enough for Sua to take an active interest in whatever was going on. However, when one night, at a very specific time, two silhouettes made their way down the living room with an interval of 5 minutes between one another, Sua, against her better judgment, decided to be a little nosy. She felt stupid. It was so unbecoming of her that she had half a mind to turn around and scuttle back to her room. In fact, she would have done that if she hadn't caught the shocked voice of her mother. "WW what? Mia?" Sua pursed her lips inward and tiptoed down the stairs. She only wanted to have a better hearing of their conversation. If she jutted herself out too much, they'd see her, so she skulked in the shadows, treading a couple of steps down. A shushing hiss sounded out. "Shh! Don't be too loud!" That was definitely Mia's voice. Unlike Eun-ha, however, she didn't seem to be shocked by whatever was going on. Interesting. We should get this over with before anyone wakes up and decides to have a late-night stroll to the kitchen, Dae Ho said, trying to be quiet, but his voice still reached her ears. He's talking about me. Sua noticed, her left eye twitching. Silence. For a solid minute, no one talked. Sua wondered if it was because she was too far for the sound to make it to her, but when she dared to peek through the threshold that led to the living room, she saw them sitting on the couch. Well, Mia and Eun-ha were sitting. Dae Ho was pacing back and forth in a linear path. Most importantly, an awkward silence hung over them. Then Dae Ho stopped, abruptly. I guess that there's no easy way to explain it. An apology wouldn't cut it. I could go down on one knee and promise to take responsibility. With a shiny ring and a serenade perhaps. But promises are empty. Actions are what must be taken. Sua frowned, her mind elaborating his words, picking them apart, and building hypotheses. None of them led to an appropriate conclusion, let alone one she was particularly enthused with. Something must have happened between them. And if the mention of a ring and a serenade were anything to go by, it was a whole Pandora's box just waiting to be opened. But why is he saying this to Mom and Uni? Dae Ho! Eun-ha croaked out, a little flustered. She kept glancing at Mia, who sat there with one knee hanging over the other, her arms crossed. Mia, is she the one? She trailed off, and Sua was frustrated at the lack of that last missing puzzle. Her frustration, however, didn't last long. Yes, Dae Ho said in an aggravated but determined tone. She's the one I've been sleeping with. A gasp pitched in Sua's throat. What? No way. How could Mia do that? Wasn't she supposed to be the fucking oldest sister? The most responsible one? What spurred her into getting into that sort of illicit relations? I wanted to come clean to you, Auntie. Before we took our intimacy to the next level. Mia is already. Sua's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Mom's in it too? It felt like a slap to the face, except that it lacked the characteristic sting of one. It was sudden, and completely out of her wildest imagination. She could have understood Mia. While she would have been scandalized by it, she could have understood. It was well within the realms of possibility. But Eun-ha? The woman who dedicated her whole life to the family? Aware of everything. Dae Ho continued, chewing over his next words. I've talked to her about it. She wasn't happy. But what's done is done. I'm willing to shoulder the fallout should either of you wish to bring all of this to light. Otherwise, I hope we can civilly come up with an appropriate course of action. Course of action, he says. Mia sassed, huffing a breath. You're the one who made this mess, and you want us to fix it for you? Dae Ho winced, no doubt realizing the harsh truth in her words. I admit it's partly my mistake, he said with a strong emphasis on partly. He gave the both of them a pointed look. But I'll remind you that you were the ones to cling all over me first. I never promised either of you anything. In fact, I made it abundantly clear what my intentions were right from the get-go. I'm not going to shy away from my share of fault in this mess, but neither should you, Mia Nuna. TCH, whatever. She looked away, a blush of embarrassment tinting her cheeks. So not only he's fucking around with Mom and Uni, but they are the ones who seduced him? What? The actual fuck. Sua felt a migraine incoming. Perhaps it was for the best if she hadn't scooped for information and remained ignorant of this love triangle. But Mom, why did you do it? As if to mirror her inner thoughts, Mia stared at her mother, who was awkwardly twiddling her fingers. Mom, she started, making Eun-ha flinch. I don't want to judge you, but what about Dad? What did he do to deserve this? There was no real bite in her tone, but the inquiry came out a little more forceful than she probably intended. Dae Ho eased himself down on the far end of the couch. There was a complicated look on his face. Eun-ha bit her bottom lip, no doubt warring with herself over that question. She had her hands tucked on her lap, clenched into fists. Mia, your father, he doesn't love me anymore. He hasn't in a long time. What? Sua nearly lost her footing. What? Mia leaned forward, eyes splaying wide open. What do you mean? Yang-gu has been cheating on me for a while. A few years even. Eun-ha struggled to swallow the bitter lump in her throat. She had come to terms with it, but being reminded of it wasn't a source of pleasant feelings. Even more so when she had to open that can of worms to her daughter. At some point, he preferred the company of prostitutes over me. Did I really become that ugly? Tears welled up in her eyes, but Dae Ho was quick to reach out and place a comforting hand over hers. He shook his head, a soft smile on his face. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it just so happens that Uncle Yang-gu is blind in both of them. That tore a smile out of her. Suo, who was still hidden, had a hand wrapped around her mouth. I can't believe this. Logically, it was not that far-fetched that her father would do something like this. Not because she didn't believe him to be a decent man, which she just found out he was not. But he was quite a successful man, and his constant absence from home might have pushed whatever libido he had left into seeking out a temporary thrill. But prostitutes, really? Emotionally, it was quite a devastating blow. Her family was shrouded in lies and this. Whatever was going on between Dae Ho, Mia, and Eun-ha. Mia slumped back in her seat, blinking, mouth opening yet failing to deliver a proper sentence. But why? When her higher mental functions were finally restored, she pressed on in a voice louder than intended. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell us? Suo was also curious, though she had an inkling about why she chose to remain silent, not that her less intelligent sister could ever realize that in her current emotional state. Because it'd tear you apart, Eun-ha said softly, almost in a whisper. I know because it devastated me. I'm sorry for withholding the truth, Mia. You and Suo deserve all the best in the world, and I didn't want you to hate your father. For all his mistakes, he's always been there for you. He might not see me as he once did, but the way he sees you has never changed. Mia hauled out a deep breath. Once the rush of emotional overdrive tapered off, she deflated, barely having enough strength to stare into her mother's eyes. I can't believe this. Me and you both, Uni. Suo sat down against the wall, feeling emotionally drained. Ironic, considering she was an unwanted spectator to all of this, but in no way was she an outsider. In fact, it involved her as much as it did Mia or Dae Ho. Especially Dae Ho, but it makes sense now. How did you find out? Mia asked weakly, sighing. He wasn't the only one who partook in such activities, Eun-ha said with a secretive smile. The rumors simply reached me. Suo stared at the ceiling, lost in thoughts. The picture-perfect view of her family cracked a little. Then she stared at Dae Ho, sitting next to her mother. He wasn't invasive with his touch, but he stayed close enough to provide more warmth if so she wanted. Suo could see it in her mother's eyes. It was such a strong emotion that it shone brighter than the tears pooling up at their corners. She loves him. A quick look in Mia's direction confirmed the same. And so does Uni. Chapter 38. To mend the cracks too. A lull settled between us. Peaceful, no doubt. But once the weight of the reveal had finished taking its toll on them, it left room for another quite important quandary. So, what now? Mia bit her bottom lip, an action that Eun-ha mirrored. The cards were now on full display. And when they turned to stare at me, I knew that I had to make the first move. I steepled my fingers over my mouth, closing my eyes briefly. I've never been good with words. Give me a ball, and I can turn the tables around even if the match seems hopeless. But this? It's like taking on a penalty while blindfolded. I can't screw this up. Dae Ho. Eun-ha started, misunderstanding my silence for hesitation. Auntie. Mia. I snapped my eyes open, making sure that both of them were perfectly centered in my field of vision. There are 3 different ways we can go about it without staining our relationship with jealousy or resentment. No, wait. Eun-ha interrupted me with a slow shake of her head. Dae Ho, it's fine. No. It was not. I could see it in her eyes. Purple and wet, sitting above a brittle smile. I don't want you to make such a difficult decision. I'm old and married. There is no destiny for us. I enjoyed our time together, short that it was. But, she almost choked on her words. I believe you should be with Mia. She really loves you. Dae Ho, save your heart for someone willing to give you theirs. Mine is cracked and trapped in a marriage. I'm not worth the trouble. I gaped at her, momentarily stunned. I had already predicted something like this. Eun-ha's self-esteem had taken a dent when she found out about Yang-gu's infidelity. From there on, she was just going through the motions. I opened my mouth, but Mia beat me to it. What are you saying? She even stood up, hands balling into fists. We were supposed to be quiet, but in the wake of Eun-ha's words, it culminated in a one-sided screaming match. Why are you saying this? God, I hate it. I hate that you kept all this burden to yourself. I hate that you love Dae Ho as much as I do. And I damn hate you for wanting to give him up for me. She gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her flushed face. I knew she didn't really hate her, but the deluge of words had stemmed from guilt and frustration. When the dam breaks, stopping the incoming wave is nigh impossible. Mia. I stood up, hands raised in a disarming way. Shut up! She snapped, eyes bloodshot and fangs fully bared. Eun-ha's shoulders hunched forward, her head shrinking a little. Mia. How could I possibly accept this? Mia threw her hands up, frustration leaking with each word that slipped past gritted teeth. You just told me that you've been unhappy this whole time, yet now you're denying your only shot at happiness because of me. How can I accept this, Mom? How? Because I love you more than anything, Mia. Eun-ha turned to me, wearing her heart on her sleeves. And I love you too, Dae Ho. I really do. But you were right earlier. I was the one who got us entangled in this mess. I insisted when you backed off. Looking back now, I wonder if what I did to you was more because of my desire to educate you or a call for help. You filled the void left in my chest, and I couldn't help but reach out for more, taking a little bit of you each time we came close to making love. Tears glittered in her eyes, but didn't fall down. It's been years since I felt this loved. I wanted to be selfish for a bit more. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, least of all you, Mia. I sat back down, silently berating myself for allowing this situation to get to this point. Perhaps I could have handled it better. Crying over spilled milk wouldn't fix the broken hearts left in the wake of my indecision. Fuck. Mia's sudden bout of strength left her body. She reclined back in her seat, hands covering her face as she muttered a long chain of expletives. I can't be angry at you when you say stuff like that. Eun-ha responded with a wet smile. She scooted closer to her daughter, wrapping her arms around her trembling frame. Mia melted in the embrace, still sobbing. It's okay to cry, Mia. Tomorrow is a new day. Everything will be fine. I won't resent you for being with Dae Ho. In fact, I encourage it. He's a great young man who'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Knowing that you'll be taken care of is more than enough for me. But... Mia looked up, sniffing. She met her mother's eyes, delicate and innocent. How could I dare to be happy when I know you won't? I don't want to do this to you. I won't do this to you. Mia. Because I also love you more than anything. Eun-ha's face softened. I felt like a spectator to all of this, but I decided to let them have their moment. It was long overdue. Still, the elephant in the room had yet to be addressed. A few minutes passed by, with Mia and Eun-ha comforting each other. I smiled at the scene. Regardless of the outcome, the truth had come out, and both of them coped with the repercussions in the best way possible, by being there for each other. The sniffing and whispers slowly tapered off. Eun-ha rubbed her daughter's back, offering more words of encouragement. Mia smothered away the leftover tears with the heel of her hand. She looked at me. Dae Ho. I perked up. What solution were you suggesting earlier? I stroked my mouth, leaning forward. Before you interrupt me, please allow me to finish. I'll probably say something you won't like, and if that does happen, don't forget that it's a suggestion, not a solution. At their nods, I continued. The way I see it, we could either break off any engagement with each other and forget about it all. Like it never happened. I don't like it, not one bit. But it's a choice we have to make together, and if that's what you want, I'll respect it. They stared at me, not saying anything. However, it was quite easy to see the unhappy lines that marred their faces. I took that as my cue to list off the other 2 points. Alternatively, we could come down to an agreement, in which you both would get to share me. I know, Mia. I remember what you said this morning, but it's worth taking into consideration, regardless of how frowned upon it is. Society won't care about it as long as I throw money at it. Which, by the way, won't be an issue very soon either way. I'll be able to provide for you, even with all of your whimsical splurging taken into account. With all the endorsements for shoes, fragrances, and various participations in exclusive interviews, I used to make almost 100 million USD yearly. Lastly, we continue, as we are right now. You can either accept the presence of the other in my life, or you can ignore it, and our relationship will never take off to the next level, which means I won't be exclusive to either of you. If, at some point, I get serious with someone else, they'd naturally take priority over you. Their eyes narrowed, I knew that the truth could sting hard, but it still had to be said. Making a decision meant knowing very well the consequences that came with it, both good and bad. Oh, so that's how it is. You take my aim of virginity, and now you want to wave your hands off of the responsibility. Mia's words earned a mortified look from Unha. So sudden it was that I had almost missed the levity in her tone. A choking sound came from the stairs. What was that? I frowned. Mia, that's... Unha floundered for words. Clearly, dropping a bomb like that in front of her mother and soon-to-be boyfriend, stepfather, both, was bound to draw explosive reactions. Thankfully, I was quite immune to Mia's rather straightforward and blasé attitude. Mia crossed her arms and focused her still bloodshot eyes on me. Yeah, no. I'm not letting some other bitch sniff around my territory. She pointed a sharp finger at me, tilting her chin up and exposing her teeth. I marked you, remember? Yes, but so did Auntie. I shrugged. I think the bruise is still visible. I tugged at the collar of my shirt, my thumb sweeping over the hickey in question. The reminder of it triggered an adorable blush on Unha's face. Perhaps it was the way I freely exhibited the place her lips and tongue had been that made her abashed. Mia wrinkled her nose. We're digressing. Andy cleared her throat, fixing her posture. She regarded me with an unreadable look. Dae Ho, what you suggested is unconventional. I nodded. But not uncommon. True. She nodded back, chewing on her bottom lip. Still, Mom. Mia squeezed her knee. I know what you're about to say, so don't. I'm not happy with it either, but the alternative is worse. I don't think I'd be able to sleep well knowing he's in someone else's bed. Knowing he had a pussy on the side was already stressful enough, but the thought of him fully committed to some stranger is a nightmare. That got Unha to pause and think. But, honey, I'd be more than willing to. I said no. Mia interrupted her again. Not this again. I know you want him as much as I do. So please, do not sacrifice yourself for me. With each dotted word, her voice grew louder. Not in anger, but in frustration and fond exasperation at her mother's stubbornness. Unha blinked, her bottom lip caught between her teeth. Then the frown melted off, and a heartfelt, thankful smile took its place. Thank you? She mouthed out, eyes heavy-lidded. So, what you're saying is? I asked, urging them for an answer. I didn't want to press them into making a choice they'd come to regret, but I was feeling quite anxious myself. I didn't want to lose either of them. It was not just about intimacy, but it was the mere thought of Auntie going back to Uncle Yanggu, or Mia burying herself into an embrace that wasn't mine, that made me impatient. Of course, if you have a better way to handle this. Mia raised a hand, and my mouth clicked shut. No, your points are valid. And then she traded a look with Unha. A silent conversation must have happened because, at some point, they nodded at each other and turned to stare at me. We will. She started, in a voice that made it clear she couldn't quite believe what was about to come out of her mouth. And to be honest, neither did I. Share you? Unha concluded, almost diplomatically. She closed her eyes, loosening out a deep breath. Relief hit me, instantly, like a shot of morphine straight into my veins. I didn't know my muscles were that strained until all the tension was siphoned away. Mia was quick to add on, glaring at me. It's a trial run, Dae Ho. She crossed one knee over the other, foot dangling up and down. We'll share you, yes, but do not expect us to jump into bed with you together. A line must be drawn. With that being said, she traded some sort of secret look with Auntie. We'll have to split your free time and schedule it into ours. And vice versa. Whatever works, really. We could plan dates disguised as outings. I supplied, smiling. As long as we don't go overboard with the way we're seen together, no one will suspect a thing. Uncle Yanggu tends to be away for business most of the time, and Su Nuna barely leaves her room. That could work, yes. Unha nodded, looking a little put off by the whole ordeal, but at least she seemed to be adapting. Mia also offered a nod of approval. Ahem. She coughed into her hand. This brings us to another important thing. I raised one eyebrow, my smile widening. I knew exactly what she was about to bring up to the conversation. Don't you give me that smug look. Mia groaned, threatening me with a fist. Unha simply blushed and looked away, scratching her cheek. We have to coordinate ourselves, about that dot. That what, Mia Nuna? I encouraged her with a growing smirk. Spell it out for me. Bastard. She hissed. That. Sex. Oh, that? I couldn't help but be a little more carefree now that the negotiations concluded. The atmosphere had lightened up considerably. No more tears, only smiles. Well, not really smiles, but at least no more tears. I waved her off. Well, we could set up a group chat or something and decide who goes first. Plain and simple. Unha blinked, looking oddly thoughtful. Mia rubbed her chin, foot stopping mid-swing. Wait, for real? I wasn't being serious. It's not a bad idea, is it? Unha sought confirmation from her daughter. It's... Mia struggled for an appropriate word. Kinda cheapening? It takes a lot of excitement out of it, but given the context, I guess we have to get used to it. A round of nods went off. So, I was a bit surprised by the, I don't know, normality of it all. Yeah, it wasn't exactly normal. But it was like sitting through an important exam, and upon succeeding it, life kinda goes back to normal, making the whole thing appear less important than it was. So, Unha parroted, just as dazed as I was. We're a couple now, huh? Yes, we are. I confirmed, looking at Mia, who looked at Unha, who looked at me. Overall, there was a weird tension between us. Not the bad kind. Quite awkward, perhaps. I decided to break the ice by winking and blowing a kiss at Mia. She pursed her lips, trying to keep her frown up, but her lips twitched, begrudgingly falling into a smile. Unha shook her head with an exasperated chuckle. Yes, it feels normal. I thought to myself. Unexpected, but normal. A beat of silence ensued before a crashing sound interrupted the stillness of the house. Unha and Mia were startled out of their stupor, snapping their heads somewhere towards the hallway that connected to the staircase. I sprung up to my feet, alarmed. God, don't tell me that. What was that? Unha paled, no doubt already assuming the worst. I couldn't really blame her. Such timing couldn't be a coincidence. Mia was also ready to bolt up, her muscles coiled in tension. I stopped her with a hand. Wait here. I'll go check it out. But... I walked past her, my feet moving with haste. If shove comes to push, I'll bear the brunt of the fallout. My face was set into a determined frown, though I doubt they'd come out of it unscathed. It didn't matter. It never did. I was in my prime, with a body that was a cheat code in a poorly developed game. I had enough experience and talent that I could simply speedrun my way to the top again. Plans could change. Money could be made. Why should I worry? I almost smiled to myself as the staircase slowly came into view. Let them know. I won't budge. I won't hesitate. I've been through a lot of shit to let this negligible setback make me waver. And then I stopped, eyes slightly widening. Su'a stared at me with a flustered expression, sweat trickling down her face in copious rivulets. It was extremely rare to see the otherwise stoic Su'a look so out of it. I took a step forward. And she might have felt threatened, for she hastily scurried back, or at least she tried to. Somewhere during her eavesdropping, she must have fallen down, and only right now was she picking herself up. I stared at her, my eyes boring into hers. Su'a projected a brave front, but inwardly she knew the importance of what she overheard. Her breathing was fast and rough, despite her best attempts to calm it down. Dae Ho? Unha called out hesitatingly. What's going on? My eyes never left hers. Su'a frowned, somehow slipping back into her bitch-resting face. Nothing. I smiled. One of the portraits went down. A very beautiful one, in fact. Quite a pity, really. I hope it didn't get hurt. I wouldn't want to carry it myself back to its place. Thankfully, she got the hint. Su'a bit her lip, slowly scrambled back to her feet, and with one last backward glance scurried off. Well, better than Yanggu, I guess. I rubbed my chin. But she knows. I wonder what she's gonna do with that info. If she heard everything, there was no way she'd betray her mother like that. Though, I should have a talk with her. Just in case. Chapter 39, Hot and Cold. Numbness spread through my right arm, from the joint down to the wrist. A faint ache was all that was left from the harsh, powerful moment I had just accomplished. In front of me lay the tattered left side of a torn punching bag, its fillings spilling out, a gutted victim bleeding all over the floor. The rope that used to hold it was still swaying left and right, its tip flayed. This is not normal. I stared at my closed fist. The knuckles were slightly red, but the extent of the bruise was negligible considering the damage it had done. It was supposed to be an experiment. And it just so happened that I found an old punching bag in the garage. Did Yang-gu do boxing? Didn't seem like it, but appearances could be deceiving. Then again, maybe he wanted to get back in shape. Either way, I tried my hand at it. Maybe it has been left in use for so long that it was already damaged. I rationalized. What else could I do? Believe that I was some sort of budding superhero? I looked up at the hook in the ceiling. There was a crack around it. The concrete had given in, and chips of white paint peeled off and rained down. I briefly considered punching the wall, just to clear up the confusion once and for all. However, that would just be plain stupid. If it worked, I would have to explain why there is a hole in the wall. If it didn't, I'd have to explain how I broke my hand. I shook my head, cleaned up the mess, and walked back inside. The weather had cleared up considerably compared to the previous days. I wondered if releasing another video so soon was a good idea, or if I should have left my subscribers simmering in anticipation. I still have to meet up with Tifa. I promised her. It was not the right timing. Not with Mia and Eun-ha coming to terms with our new relationship status. Tifa didn't mean anything to me, but going out to meet a girl, regardless of the reason or circumstances, wouldn't really be one of my most level-headed decisions. Yes, let's keep her waiting for a bit more. The sound of rushing water and rustling paper reached my ears. I walked forward. A cheerfully humming Eun-ha glanced at me. Her eyes lingered for longer than what should have been a simple passing glance. Yang-gu was there, but the love she projected easily bypassed the man and reached me under the guise of a smile. A right blush surged to her cheeks. We had yet to upgrade our intimacy in bed, and there was no doubt what kind of thoughts were running through that pretty little head. Patience is a virtue, or so they say. Eun-ha had it in spades, but this time, she looked like she was about to throw caution to the wind and dive headfirst into my arms. I passed by them both and slowly made my way up the stairs. Where are you going, honey? I heard Young-gu's voice overlap with the swift footsteps of Eun-ha. Tip-tap. Tip-tap. I could easily make out those dainty feet paddling fast and hard. I forgot to hang the clothes outside. But they're already hung. The footsteps grew louder and quicker. I turned around the corner before stopping. Eun-ha had caught up to me. She had her rubber gloves on, water dripping from the wet extremities. He can't hear us, I said with a smile. Eun-ha's eyes briefly flickered towards Yang-gu, who was still engrossed in his news outlet. No, he can't. She breathed out, finally looking back at me. Nervous? A bit, she admitted, scratching at her cheek with a gloved finger. Instead of relieving her of the itch, or the awkwardness, all it did was leave a wet trail on her skin. She's too cute to be real. Yang-gu might catch us at any moment. I used the knuckle of my finger to brush her hair out of her eyes. She was sweaty, flushed, and breathing raggedly. She looked like a mess. A beautiful mess. My mess. Eun-ha's lips curved slightly into a guilty smile. I know. I'd be concerned if you didn't know. Her smile widened into a beautiful, amused arch. Do you care? I shook my head. No, I don't. She was shy, anxiously bouncing on the heels of her feet. It was odd to see Eun-ha like that. So youthful and in love. Was she like that when in high school? An awkward yet stunning woman coming to terms with her feelings. I inched forward, my lips anchoring on Eun-ha's. She bobbed her head, lips shifting sideways, as did my head. She melted into my arms, hands grasping roughly at my hair, pulling slightly. My hands roamed her body freely. They slowly eased down towards her plump rear. My fingers sunk into the pliable flesh, squeezing those mounds for all of their worth. Dae Ho! Eun-ha breathed into my mouth, her tongue rolling around mine, dancing in my mouth. Ha! When we pulled back, a cloud of vapor billowed out of her mouth. A thin, flimsy bridge of saliva connected my lips to hers. She flicked her tongue out and licked it off. Auntie, I said in a low vibrato. Tonight, let's go out. Somewhere special. Just me and you. Her eyelashes fluttered. Special. Somewhere beautiful, somewhere private. I explained, using my thumb to draw circles around her plump lips. You understand what I mean, don't you? She nodded quietly, her forehead inclined towards my chest, whereupon she rested there, devouring my scent with each labored breath. A smile corked her lips up. I'm looking forward to it, Dae Ho. Of course you are. We'll be stealing Yanggu's car, after all. Huh? Sua's POV. Domineering or threatening were not words Sua would ever use to describe Dae Ho. But as he stepped into the room, the air seemed to change. I'm not here to pick a fight. She had never seen him like this before. His usual laid-back nature was replaced by a sharp one. She had to admit it made her slightly uncomfortable. Dae Ho closed the door quietly. The shifting of the gears, though, were quite loud. In the brief silence, it echoed across the room like the hammering of an anvil. I would hope so. You have a lot of explaining to do. Sua crossed her arms, chin tilted up. As if I would ever be intimidated. A vain, wishful illusion on her part. She was already intimidated. It was not as if she thought Dae Ho was going to harm her, but it was the discrepancy in the current Dae Ho and the one in her mind that triggered some unpleasant emotions. It sure looks like it. He shrugged, sitting quite haphazardly on her bed. Let me ask you one thing first. What are you going to do with that knowledge? She lifted one eyebrow up, swinging one bare leg over the other. What do you mean? At this, Dae Ho leaned forward, his lazy stare clearing up into an intense one. It nearly stole her breath. For some reason, there was a powerful and magnetic charm to his eyes. Tiptoeing around like that doesn't suit you, Sua Nuna. As if you would know what suits me or what doesn't. More than you can imagine. He smiled. She faltered, looking away with a scowl. I won't babble it to father, if that's what you're worried about, Sua said with a drawn-out sigh. Not after what I've heard about him. I appreciate it. She could see the tension leaving his body. He ran a hand through his well-styled hair. It was a little shorter than she had ever seen him wear, and it suited him incredibly well. The situation is quite complicated, as you've no doubt seen. Sua stared at him, unblinking. That's one way to put it. Her voice was as cold as ever. You're screwing my mom and sister. Separately, I hope. Yes. Yes. And we intend to keep it that way. She didn't believe him. For some reason, she just didn't. Listen, I'm not trying to seek acknowledgement from you, or a blessing, or even acceptance. What I want is cooperation. Dae Ho mulled over his words carefully. Sua was glad that he was taking it seriously, at least. I don't want to sour your relationship with either of them, or with me. I'm not that petty, she said curtly. What they do beyond the walls of their bedroom is none of my business. Even if I'm the one in their beds? Perhaps she was a little petty. It's not like I can make a scene on how utterly wrong it is, now, can I? She loosened out a deep breath, fingers playing with her short hair. Besides, father was in the wrong. I guess this is just karma getting back at him. It was amusing to see Dae Ho getting slack-jawed at her answer. You're not going to protect him? Why should I? She tilted her head. The adorable action caused her neat, black bangs to fall over one side of her pale face. Dae Ho breathed out. He's your father. She scoffed. So what? It was his turn to go completely silent. An interested glint flashed in his eyes. Nothing. I guess my perception of you was slightly wrong. Now I can see you better. The kind of woman you are, Sua Nuna. Cold and warm. You shift between either extreme polarity with such ease. The way he cocked his chin down, with a curl of dark hair falling over one eye, was probably done on purpose. It had to. Sua would never admit it, especially under the current circumstances, but she had to mirror her sister's thoughts. Dae Ho was truly getting too damn handsome for his own good. Chapter 40, Rub in It. Eunha's POV. She couldn't resist the burst of giddiness that leaked out of her lips in a giggle. The rebellious, suppressed animal inside of her was thoroughly enjoying the thrill of doing something bad. Should. Dae Ho, her current partner in crime, hovered a finger over his lips as he gestured her to follow him, with quick yet silent steps. She held a hand over her mouth, to contain the peals of mischievous laughter. The door opened without so much as a squeak, and the nocturnal breeze licked her skin. The night sky was clear, devoid of pollution, a black curtain that gave the onlookers below a glimpse of the depths of space. The stars twinkled beautifully, like bright pearls encrusted on an obsidian sheet. It was such a perfect night. Perhaps Eun-ha was being wistful. After all, she was happy. And sharing that happiness with someone you loved was like a full-on injection of endorphins. All of those feel-good chemicals had her face constantly pulled into a smile. "If you keep laughing like that, you're going to wake up the whole neighborhood," Dae Ho said with a disapproving tut. Not that he really cared if it actually happened. "Now shush and let me do my work." She rolled her eyes at him, though the smile never faded from her lips. The white sedan unlocked. Dae Ho walked over to her side and gentlemanly opened the door for her. "Ma'am, if you may." He bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. The dip of his chin was a little dramatic, but it paired well with his whole chauffeur act. Eun-ha eased herself inside with a grace few could ever hope to imitate. "Where are you taking me this fine evening?" "Taking?" he chortled, a villainous smile that would have made Mia beam in pride stretching across his face. "You're mistaken. I'm kidnapping you, ma'am. I've heard that your husband snores quite loudly. Why don't we go somewhere quiet?" Eun-ha shrunk a little, eyeing him up and down with eagerness. She still had to act like a proper mature woman, so she didn't let herself be overwhelmed by the teasing. "A place where your screams won't be heard," he continued, eyes narrowed. "A place where clothes aren't needed," she hummed as she bit her bottom lip. Dae Ho got inside the car, not before sparing her a suggestive glance, and inserted the stolen key inside its slot. The engines quietly came to life. With practiced ease, Dae Ho drove the car out of the parking spot and into the road. "Where did you even learn how to drive?" She had known that Yang-gu had attempted to give him a few lessons before, but it was nothing advanced. Just the basics. Therefore, this sudden proficiency came out of nowhere, just like the countless other things she started to learn about him. His adopted son, and now secret lover. Dae Ho shifted gears as he spoke. "I watched a few tutorials on YouTube." The amusement in his voice was as thick as the smile he wore. He rolled the windows down, on both sides. The pleasant breeze turned into a wild gale as the sedan picked up speed. Eun-ha slouched further into her seat, leaning her head back and closing her eyes. Her hair whipped around, at the least the silky tresses that weren't tied into a bun. "I didn't peg you for someone who enjoyed breaking the law. You do know I don't have a driving license, don't you?" Eun-ha blinked. It was true. In the heat of the moment, she had forgotten that Dae Ho wasn't legally allowed to drive, regardless of how good he was at it. Except that she was so strung up in the feeling of being young again, that she scarcely paid it any attention. What about you?" He dangled one arm out of the window, enjoying the gentle rush of wind battering his palm. She got a shrug as a response. "I can sweet-talk my way out of it." "Really? Well, I did sweet-talk you into coming with me. How hard could it be?" Eun-ha coughed and poked her fingers together. "You didn't sweet-talk me. You kidnapped me, remember?" He raised both eyebrows at that, steering the wheel and taking the first turn to the right. "Not my fault you're so kidnappable. All it takes is an innocent smile and a bonbon. Do you want one?" Eun-ha sputtered with a red face. What? You're... Then her lips puckered into a pout. "You're just like Mia." "Sometimes." He chuckled. Then he glanced at her, from the corner of his eye. "If you reach a hand into my pocket, there's a hard candy there. Mia gave me one earlier." The blush on her face deepened a little. She decided to ignore him and stare at the outside scenery instead. However, the rustling of a wrapper caught her attention. Curiously, Eun-ha turned around to stare at Dae Ho, and at the hard candy he had just popped into his mouth. "But..." Dae Ho caught her gaze as he chewed and crunched on the confectionery. "I thought you didn't want it." Eun-ha reverted her attention back to the outside world. There was an indescribable uniqueness to the beach at night. The waves, once fierce and wild, now crashed over the shore with gentle intensity, as though they were reaching out to touch the sand with a tender caress. The salty air was thick with the scent of brine and seaweed, and the sound of the ocean was a soothing murmur. Under the moon's silvery glow, Eun-ha felt at complete ease. She dipped her toes in the sand. It was cold, though comfortably so. Like the cold side of a pillow, if it made any sense. "Beautiful, isn't it?" A warm breath rolled across the tip of her left ear. "HMHM." Dae Ho nestled his chin on the crook of her neck, his strong hands easing down her flanks, before locking right above her navel. "Is this really fine?" Eun-ha buried herself deeper into Dae Ho's embrace. He took a moment to consider her words, as he always did. I don't know. He shrugged. If you look at it with moral lenses, probably not. But we don't have to care about a third party's opinion. As long as we are happy, that's what matters. People have better things to do than worry about what we do behind closed doors. You always say the right thing, somehow. The vibration of his laughter thrummed against her back. It brought a smile to her face. Now. Don't develop Stockholm Syndrome on me. Can't have the kidnappee falling in love with the kidnapper. This time it was her turn to laugh. Too late for that. The woes of being a charming criminal. Women throw themselves at my feet. Only at your feet? Eun-ha tilted her head in an angle that let her eyes linger on his face. Oh. Dae Ho raised one eyebrow at that. Did you learn that from Mia? A light, rosy hue burned across her cheeks. Quite the opposite. A brown curl of hair fell over one of her eyes. The smoldering look she gave him was as unexpected as it was welcome. She learned everything from me. Dae Ho's nose swept teasingly across her neck, until his lips were touching the inner cartilage of her flushed ear. If you gave her the talk like you did to me, I don't dare to imagine what naughty things you two have been up to. She gasped. Dee Dae Ho. That's. One of his hands fell between the sweet ravine of her lower cheeks, giving one of the fleshy globes a proper squeeze. Improper? Inappropriate? The pitch tent in his pants humped furiously against Eun-ha's butt. Considering the things we've done, and the things we're about to do, can you really bring yourself to be a moralist, auntie? My head feels so light. Eun-ha slumped into Dae Ho's chest, her plump backside moving in an upward and downward dance along his clothed shaft. His hard member slid deliciously across her crack, trying to dig a hole through the fabric and penetrate her. His heavy breathing billowed all over her neck, like an animal salivating over a hapless prey. She clenched her teeth and squirmed her thighs together. Why did that comparison turn her on even more? Dae Ho! He growled into her ears, before his hand tugged stubbornly at the waistband of his pants. He backtracked his hips, to let his now freed cock to spring out and slam into her cheeks. The pulsing warmth sent pleasant jolts across her bare skin. HNNN! Dae Ho parted her thighs a bit, to prepare the cushiony flesh to welcome his hard-on. He tucked it right between her thighs. The skirt section of her purple dress was rolled up, covering the hilt of Dae Ho's manhood, as he slowly wedged his cockhead through her clamped thighs. Eun-ha slapped a hand over her mouth. The pressure lodging quite insistently into her covered lady parts was stimulating her. A lot. God! Dae Ho grunted, no doubt resisting the urge to just push her down on the sand and impale her without a care in the world. You feel so fucking good. His erect member burrowed further in, sliding right under Eun-ha's soft folds. While her panties may have acted as an obstacle, the pleasant friction still elicited a grunt of ecstasy from him. And from her. Warm, velvety flesh surrounded him on all fronts. Dae Ho couldn't help but hump away at her. Eun-ha kept a hand firmly sealed around her mouth. Despite it, muffled squeaks of arousal would still leak out. She chanced to look down, only to see Dae Ho's cockhead poking out of her plump thighs and curving up along the bottom hem of her dress. Thank God she decided to wear something loose and easy to take off. She felt Dae Ho slowly pull his hips back. Her eyes tracked the way his swollen gland retreated within the cushiony confines of her inner thighs before completing its withdrawal with a playful flick across her slit and bumhole. Fuck! He groaned into her ear, sounding on the verge of sanity, but loving every second of it. Eun-ha was finally allowed some time to breathe. She slid the hand off her mouth, and between each gasp for air, she managed to croak out. Dae Ho, we might be seen. They were in the middle of the beach, after all. Not that far from the road. There is no one here, auntie. Are you scared? Or excited? That's. Dae Ho pushed his hips forward, smacking delightfully against Eun-ha's perky rear. His bare cock slithered its way back into her clothed core, cozily snuggled between warm and smooth flesh. There was no penetration, yet he could already faintly sense the impending build-up in his nutsack. Irrelevant. He finished for her, his shaft completing its journey under her dress, and re-emerging from the front boundaries of her thighs. On! Eun-ha was forced to snap both hands over her mouth. Move for me! Dae Ho commanded in that husky, aroused tone of his that left no room for refusal. His hands firmly grasped the curvy outline of her waist, nudging them towards him. An intoxicated blush spread across her fair cheeks. We shouldn't be doing this, not here. Yet she started to move. Slow at first. She dipped her ass a little, stroking the hard flesh poking at her. Down. Then up. The dress rode up even more, allowing Eun-ha to fully utilize her wide, coveted buns to envelop Dae Ho's manhood between their delicious crack. Just like this. He encouraged her, his hand going up and down along the rhythm of her clumsy stand-up lap dance. Eun-ha could, with crystal clear intensity, feel the throbbing heat of Dae Ho's meat as she crashed her sensitive parts into it. The way it ground, either between her thighs or between her cheeks, sliding and slamming, following no rhythm or reason. You're so good. Am I? Eun-ha craned her neck backward, until her face was next to Dae Ho's. She brought her arms over their heads, seemingly seeking some handhold that she couldn't find. Her nails bit into Dae Ho's skin. The pace of her ass shaking grew into a frenzied rubbing that made it look like she was struggling instead of stimulating him. It was indeed a good thing that there was no one around at that time. Auntie. A thin strand of drool pulled up at the corner of her mouth. You're about to come, dear? She swayed her hips left, right, up, and down, as if she were executing some sort of GTA secret code, or releasing a combo that would no doubt knock him out. And knock him out, it did, albeit briefly. She watched, mesmerized, as Dae Ho's cock somehow burrowed inside of her wet panties and, like a sword whetting furiously against the grindstone, stroked her damp slit. Aya! The gasp echoed out in the breezy night. The way she hunched her back and widened her eyes might have induced a random passerby into thinking she had just been stabbed. And for all intents and purposes, she was indeed stabbed. Though the weapon of choice was one she quite liked. And instead of a world of pain, it was simple, unfiltered pleasure that rang through her nerves. Dae Ho's piston was longer than average, and as a result, the moment it tried to fully sheath itself inside her panties, their elasticity was severely tested. If that engorged slab of meat had the same mobility and strength of his arms, there was no doubt in her inebriated mind that he could hoist her up by the pussy, like a forklift. Her panties were on the verge of being torn off. Their waistband had reached their yield point under so much stress. Dae Ho clutched her sides firmly as he ground the top side of his shaft against Eun-ha's weeping core. The elastic band dug into her skin each time he rocked his hips forward. And then... Fuck! The tension in Dae Ho's unraveled along with an animalistic grunt. Cum poured out with explosive force. The geyser of semen hadn't a lot of room to work with, so it spilled out in thick rivulets down Eun-ha's thighs, not before it completely filled up her panties, though. A gasp hitched in her throat. He came so much. Still was, in fact. The moment Dae Ho pulled back, Eun-ha crumpled on the sand in a panting, disarrayed heap. The puddle of semen that was hanging precariously within the thin strip of her panties dribbled down. Auntie! It took her a while to get her breathing to even levels. Though, when she happened to look up at her nephew, it suddenly picked up speed again. Dae Ho's cock had not gone limp. Instead, it stood taller than ever, like a banner of war. The water looks lovely. Why don't we go take a dip? Chapter 41, Tides of Love. I smiled at Eun-ha as I floated backwards, legs kicking, and hands treading the water in circular motions. What are you waiting for? Come. Join me. The moon beamed down on Eun-ha's perfect skin, casting a breathtaking glow on her flawless features. It reflected off her, not unlike a mirror would to sunlight. A blinding sight. Aren't you cold? She asked, tentatively approaching the waves brushing over the shoreline. Yes. I'm freezing, in fact. I faux shivered while encasing my hands around my shoulders. Come here to warm me up. Dae Ho. She smiled wryly. Of course she knew I was straight out bullshitting to get her here. Auntie? I blinked, mustering my most innocent, boyish smile. Don't lie to Auntie. She admonished me, her smile turning a little sultry. It briefly reminded me of Mia. Playful and needy. This woman is a danger to men's mental health. Thank God I'm here to make sure she doesn't do wanton damage. That nonsensical thought barely lasted a second, for I noticed some movement in front of me. Eun-ha finally eased herself in the water. First with the tip of her toes, then, inch by inch, she submerged herself until only her head was above the water. She released a deep breath. The temperature was a little chilly, but her body smoothly adapted to the sudden drop. She swam further, approaching me. Her hair was bundled into her characteristic bun. Feeling a little mischievous, I suddenly dove underwater, disappearing into the shallow depths of the sea. My body expertly propelled itself forward, skirting around a startled Dae's legs, before I tucked my head right between her thighs. Dae Ho! I hoisted Dae on my shoulders and remerged. The weight on my neck was negligible. Dae was as light as a feather. She held onto my forehead for dear life. Auntie, you're covering my eyes. Dae Ho! Put me down! She sputtered out like a frightened critter. Adorable. Are you sure? I made to, quite ungentlemanly, throw her down the water, emulating one of those pro wrestling moves. Dae hastily fisted my hair, maneuvering it like Ratatouille on Linguini's head. Don't put me down! I chortled, feeling extremely smug and villainous. Shall we stay like this, then? Dae pouted. You're so mean, Dae Ho. Just how you like it. A sigh flowed out of those heavenly lips of hers. Does Mia even know we're here? She does, I replied evenly. And? I shrugged. Well, she was not all smiles, but she accepted it, I guess. She knew it was going to happen, eventually. I see. Dae brushed a wet, brown curl of hair behind her ear. I feel bad for her. It must be hard to be sharing someone with your own mother. Or with your own daughter. I corrected, with a slight, teasing nudge to her inner thigh. Besides, don't say that. It makes me feel like I forced both of you into it. What alternative did we have? Dae's tight grip on my hair loosened a bit, until her fingers started to skim and massage my scalp. I don't blame you. It's not exactly your fault. We were just caught off guard, maybe. She struggled to find the right words. Not that there were any to begin with. The situation was a bit touchy, but we were dealing with it head on, as a family, and as lovers. I couldn't have asked for a more perfect woman. Come on, dear. My hands trailed up and down the length of Dae's smooth, wet thighs. It's just you and me. Such a beautiful night, too. And you're pondering the ins and outs of our relationship? Forget about it. Carpe diem. Focus on me, Auntie. Only on me. Dae Ho. Her voice was a soft purr, like the gentle rustling of silk. She looked down at me. Her heavy-lidded eyes held me captive, spellbound. Her hands, which moments before had woven through my hair with the wild abandon of a storm, now moved with tender grace of a summer breeze, tracing the contours of my face until they came to rest on my cheeks, their warmth seeping into my skin. What did I do to deserve someone like you? The sea water on her flushed face dribbled on mine, drop by drop. You've been a wonderful angel. Special, unlike any other. Her thumbs swept over the ridges of my cheekbones. Thank you, she uttered softly. I stared at her, at the way her eyes narrowed. The depths of those lilac jewels set my cheeks afire. Oh, am I blushing? I blinked, willing to let myself be completely swept under her magic. How cute. With my face still slightly red, I submerged underwater, slipping away from the heavenly grip of Dae's thighs. The gates of heaven had been so close, but as a self-respected man, I couldn't simply barge in without setting the mood first. When my head slowly re-emerged, Dae was staring at me, eyes lively and sparkling, with drops of shimmering water gliding all over her skin. You're blushing, she noted, with no small amount of satisfaction. HMHM. I swam closer to her. She tried to retreat. Poor woman. I quickly caught up to her, not missing the way she chewed her bottom lip. Now with only a few inches of distance between us, I placed my hands on her hips and pulled her towards me. Are you going to take responsibility? She shrunk a little, but didn't avoid my gaze. A flustered blush livened up those smooth, white cheeks. Maybe? Maybe? I repeated, tilting my head. I have to think about it. Her lips twitched, on the verge of breaking out into an amused smile. The seriousness she tried to portray failed to survive long enough for it to work. Not that it would have, that light didn't fit her. Oh, shut up, please. I slammed my lips into hers, stealing a potential reply right from her tongue. Instead of words, her mouth was occupied fending off the tender assault of my tongue. A brush to the left. A flick to the roof of her mouth, topped off by a downward swipe that probed the writhing walls of her tiny mouth. A passionate, full-fledged kiss was like a dance. Not like a peck, which wasn't anywhere as intrusive as one. Dae's head bobbed to the left, just as mine veered to the right, our lips moving in perfect synchrony. Whereas Mia wouldn't go down without a fight, Dae didn't seem to be interested in winning our tongue wrestling. She submitted her tongue for me to tease and taste as I pleased. My palate cried out in joy. A contagious warmth boiled in my stomach. It spread like wildfire, lighting up every nerve on its path of pure carnal corruption. My cock, which had been in a semi-erect state, came back alive with the vigor of a bull. I was ready to charge in, and I wouldn't stop until the barriers had been penetrated. Our tongues were in a world of their own. They didn't stop dancing even when one of my hands traced the perfect concave of Eunha's back, until a bouncy hill halted its advance. Instead of climbing over it, I let it rest there, squeezing and testing its elasticity. Dae, Eunha mumbled between the turning of our lips. Ho! Her eyes were fluttering, not open, yet not quite closed either. If a master hypnotist could do that to you with a pendulum and a snap of the fingers, I could with my tongue. A flick of it, and you'd enter a state of heightened suggestibility. She didn't stay idle either during our messy makeout session. Her hands didn't know where to touch first. My face? My chest? My back? That sort of desperate indecisiveness made her try to cover all of that at the same time. She scurried her nails across my skin in sweeping motions. Back and forth. She let the painful signs of her arousal flourish on my skin. The pain was negligible. A vague sensation at best. All of my focus was on this water nymph in front of me. The salty tang of the sea mixed in well with the natural scent of her body. It was a beautiful alchemy for my senses. I stopped our lip lock to get a good look at her face. She felt petite in my arms, so flushed with excitement. Lively, purple eyes beheld me, targeting my soul. Her lips were parted, billowing her rough breathing over my face. Perhaps I was being sentimental. After all of that fuss of my past life, being alone with a woman like this, with no paparazzi looking for new headlines, was a refreshing feeling. It almost makes me not want to pursue my dream, if only to avoid the public eye. Being alone like this is a good change. Of course, it was wishful thinking. I had been given a second chance to do it all over again. I was not going to let the opportunity go to waste. Dae Ho? I smiled. Sometimes it felt like her vocabulary was only composed of my name. Sorry, I got lost in your eyes for a bit. She smiled right back at me. Dae Ho. I want you. She emphasized the point by tilting forward and placing a meaningful peck on my lips. I didn't let her tell me twice. The charged tension finally created a storm. And as she sunk her fingers into my hair, I separated the strip of silk that covered her slit. She gasped, bringing one thigh around my waist. My fingers stroked her outer folds, soaked with sea water and her own juices. She mewed, trembling like an abandoned kitten. I probed her inner tightness. First the tip, then the entire finger dived into her maidenhood. Ang! The melodic eroticism of a woman on the throes of pleasure was music of its own. If you didn't play your instrument correctly, only a gibberish combination of sounds would come out. Dear, don't tease Auntie like that. I was compelled to do the opposite. But my little soldier down there was too thirsty to conquer the enemy's territory. I retracted my hand from Eunha's dripping snatch and almost tore off my underwear in my haste. She compensated the sudden emptiness by dragging her luscious lips across my jawline, whispering notes of worship, while blessing every inch of skin with her drool. Chapter 42, The Mask is Cracking. You want me that bad, huh? I grabbed the hilt of my throbbing meat, took aim, and stabbed. Now, because Eunha was deliberately hanging one leg around my waist, the entrance to paradise was only dampened by the water around us. Why yeah! That smoldering fire in her eyes returned. Purple and wispy. I wanted to see how bright they'd burn when pushed on the absolute edge of Cloud 9. I hoisted her up, and she cooperated by wrapping her other leg around me. Slowly, she eased down on my cock. I didn't know how big Yanggu was, but if Eunha's reaction was anything to go by, I'd say that in my impromptu contest, I had come out victorious. My fingers dug into her ass, guiding her descent. She didn't protest. Her pussy, on the other hand, did. It was a tight fit. A very tight fit. On! Wet and warm, her hot depths suckled my meat in an enthralling grip, gobbling up the sane and rational part of me that still latched onto a frayed rope of normality. Sex was distracting. Good sex was distracting enough that I've hardly been thinking about my death. Instead, all I can really focus on is the present, what's happening now, and what's about to happen. The next few minutes had been set in stone. I was going to hammer Eunha until we'd forget any sense of direction or location. Even the seawater, a wonderful aphrodisiac on her perky breasts, had become a neglected detail to focus on. She rocked her head back, the wet roots of her bun falling down. The shapely O of her mouth drew my sight straight to those glossy lips, which stretched into a cute omelet shape. I quickly moved for a kiss. Wet, salty, nothing sorted that wasn't perfectly normal. Tongues swirled around each other. Dae Ho! Came Eun-ha's whine, sweet and high-pitched like a song, from between her heavy panting, accompanied by the rhythmic smacks of our crotches. Both legs went up and down my upper hips, the joints of her knees acting as a lock to keep me close. No space was left for doubt or hesitation. I was completely enveloped in Eun-ha's embrace. The gentle waves rocked our bodies back and forth, despite my best attempts to keep my feet firmly planted on the seafloor. Eun-ha sucked onto the slick outline of my neck, and once she was done tracing the sharp contour of my jaw, she fixed her mouth on mine again. This time her kiss was fiery, ferocious and domineering, an unstoppable force of nature. Her tongue slid in my mouth, and her lips nibbled on mine so ferociously and firmly that our teeth nearly knocked together. We nipped and licked and savored each other with wild abandon, mouths open and working furiously, as if we had both been starving for years and had finally found the relief and sustenance we craved. The sea water slid over our muscles as we clutched each other, lips fluttering, sloppily yet passionately. Eun-ha took a fistful of my hair with one hand and wrapped her other around my shoulder blades, wrapping herself around me like an undulating, lush vine. A sizzling burn spread across my back. Eun-ha's nails were dancing on my skin. Dae Ho. Her breath rolled across my face, tongue writhing in the air. Your auntie is about to lose it. By all means, lose control. I answered her sultrily, my hips executing a well-timed upward thrust. On! Eun-ha cried out. And did I cry out too, as our flesh molded together? Now that I finally had her right where I wanted her, it was impossible to stifle a contented growl that erupted in my throat. Likewise, a purr-like delighted gasp fell from Eun-ha's pretty, cherry-red lips. Her breath caressed the side of my neck. She nuzzled herself against my skin, in such a cute manner, like a drowsy, lazy cat would do, content to do nothing else for the rest of the morning but sleep and soak up the sunlight. Perhaps that comparison was a better fit for Mia. Eun-ha stared at me entranced. Her purple eyes, once vibrant and enchanting, deepened to an almost ethereal hue, a haunting manifestation of her desires finally pouring out. The subtle flicker of the moonlight danced upon her face, casting eerie shadows that mirrored the darkness that consumed her thoughts. It was almost disconcerting, if not for the fact that my cock was still sheathed deeply into her core, and thus any form of higher mental capacity was momentarily on hiatus. Dae Ho. Her hands moved, nails scraping the skin of my back, nearly hard enough to draw blood. I was quite thankful for my powerful physique. Her gorgeous legs encircled my hips with little needy wiggles, shifting to better accommodate the wide girth pushing its way inside her. Why you're so big, it feels, really. On good. Slow at first, Eun-ha began to bounce up and down my rod, eager for the friction she craved, like a rabbit starving for sex. Auntie. A grunt rumbled in my throat. She was taking me in deep. You feel good too. I found her lips for an ardent kiss and coaxed her into relaxing, allowing our bodies to slip into an even more comfortable rhythm. With Eun-ha being the one to bounce, I opted for a more lazy back and forth from my side, letting the gentle movement of the waves dictate the flow. Even when she broke our smooch and I regained my vision, the moon had fully emerged from the dark clouds. It painted our skins in a silvery glimmer, shrouding us in an ethereal light. Eun-ha groaned, her moist nails digging a little in the muscles of my back. In an unspoken command, her thighs clamped tighter around me and she thrust down forcefully, bottoming out on my pole. The wave-like lull of the water made the situation intimate and mellow. Everything was amplified, from the sound of rippling currents to the smacking noise of sloppy kissing. When our mouths untangled, our bodies took over. She danced on me like a lustful spirit enthralling a victim to their demise. She took the lead. It was surprising, considering how I had always taken that position, but I was far from complaining. I hoisted her upwards and plunged in again, stretching her walls to the brink of breaking. And her gasps washed over my ears. I was now determined to completely replace the memory of every touch Eun-ha ever had with my own special brand. Yanggu's marriage was living on borrowed time. Eun-ha's lips hovered over mine, brushing but never staying. Her breathing was tinged by the high-pitched howls coaxed by every push of my prick. Her hands held onto my head, clutching with desperate, bone-breaking strength. A frenzied desire glowed in her purple eyes. A twisting pressure in my stomach made me stiffen up. Not yet. I snarled, feeling every ounce of control almost slipping away, but I was stronger than that. My grip on Eun-ha tightened. I turned us around, retreating until my feet found themselves in shallow waters. With this nymph in my arms constantly pecking my face with her lips while wiggling her perky, but even as a world-renowned football player my balance found itself at crossroads with the mushy sand of the seafloor. All it took was a powerful bounce from Eun-ha, and we went down, half submerged yet still clinging on to each other. "Trying to escape?" Eun-ha murmured, sounding quite muffled by the water pooling up in my ears. For a moment my vision blurred. Water splashed all over us, petering out in a light drizzle the moment I re-emerged. Despite the slight burning in my eyes, I could see the way a smile graced Eun-ha's beautiful, flushed face. "Never," I grunted, my hands deftly moving from her shoulders down to her hips, which, even with the uncomfortable position we were in, never stopped bouncing on mine. However, as much as I loved staring into her eyes while I brought her up a never-climbed-before peak of pleasure, I wanted her from behind. I pressed forward, forcing her body downwards until she went on all fours, her breasts grazing the soft blanket of sand. Eun-ha didn't complain. The position was far from comfortable, but we were focused on a single shared desire. My hand swooped down to cup a breast. Both were of perfect proportions, but I favored the perky pair over the fleshier set. And it just so happened that Eun-ha was endowed with both characteristics. She panted, somehow mustering the strength to stare at me, at the way I pushed my aching, pulsing girth into her womanhood, bareback. The sensation was surreal, heavenly, a wet texture that wrapped itself around my cock tightly, yet comfortably. There was no need to take it slow. I plunged deep into her and began to pound away. Eun-ha gave out a long, shivering mew, craning her head upwards, exposing the irresistible, smooth curve of her neck. An intoxicating temptation. I just had to lean closer and ravish it with my lips. And so I did, earning myself a sweet, startled coo from her mouth. My lips latched on, kissing and nibbling until her skin had been reddened by the mark of my caress. My hips didn't stutter despite me multitasking. They clobbered into her plump rear, smacking fast and hard. "Ahun!" A low yelp sounded off from Eun-ha, who lifted her arm to press her hand into her mouth. I placed my hands at the sides of her waist, guiding her back and forth, in tune with my thrusts. Whenever I bottomed out, her gasps drowned out the rustling of the waves. Everything around us was muted. The only thing that reverberated in my head was the continuous whines of Eun-ha and the rustling of displaced water around our crotch. In other words, the world could have ended at that moment, and I wouldn't have batted an eyelid. No one was going to tell me to stop. Not even a damn deity. Dae Ho. I'm about to. Her mouth coalesced into a big O shape, tongue fully sticking out and head rolling backwards. I wrapped one arm around her torso, gripping her breasts, while the other remained firmly connected to her hip, controlling the rhythm of our lovemaking. She latched on the arm against her breasts, shaking and whimpering, and dug her nails into it. "On!" Eun-ha's pussy lips twitched. Her orgasm hit her so hard that, if not for me holding on to her, she would have slumped under the water. Feeling my own orgasm just around the corner, I released a strangled gasp. "Auntie. I'm also. Do it inside." I was taken aback, but she quickly appeased me with a soft, intoxicated smile. I took a pill. Never the type of guy to deny my mate their wishes, I complied. So did my cock, right before it burst like a dam. I continued pummeling her pussy despite the rush of orgasm. Cum flooded Eun-ha's womb in rapid rivers. More was coaxed out with each strained thrust. Semen bloated her slender belly and dribbled out of her pussy, dissolving in the water. A warm contentment enveloped us. I pulled back, taking measured gulps of oxygen to calm down my breathing. Eun-ha wasn't any better off. She crawled forward, until she was sprawled, eagle spread, on the shoreline. "Dae Ho!" She moaned, long and lovely. "Dae Ho!" No sooner had she said my name than I was on top of her, water dripping on her exhausted yet thoroughly pleased face. "Is that the only word you know?" Her chest rose and fell, in rhythm with her breathing. She gulped, relaxed, and stared back at me. "The only one I need." "Oh, you're good at this." As good as Mia?" Her smile turned a little mischievous. I laughed. Feeling competitive? A bit, she admitted, not ashamed. With an air of scholarly authority, I leaned in closer, catching the subtle quickening of her breath. It appears, I murmured, my voice tinged with a mixture of intrigue and anticipation, that a few more sessions shall be necessary to artfully weave the threads of this enigma into a definitive conclusion. She delicately bit her bottom lip, a captivating blend of timidity and earnestness shimmering in her eyes. There was an undeniable charm in her oscillation between moments of alluring desire and coy reserve, something she kept tightly wrapped behind the mask of a prim and proper housewife. The day that mask fully came off would be the day I'd get to properly see what the true Eun-ha was like. Chapter 43. It's all about experience. Mia's gaze lingered on me. For far too long, in fact. To say she was simply staring at me would undermine the intensity of it. It reminded me of those momentary lapses Eun-ha would have whenever she was too excited and more in tune with her unhinged side. Mia just sat there, chin propped on one hand, eyes fixed on me. There was a small curl to her lips. Not exactly a smirk, but I'd sure as hell call that a smile all the same. If I had to be frank, I found it somewhat exhilarating. A bit disconcerting, if you take into account the fact that she hadn't moved for 5 minutes straight. Sure. But that sharp, keen look in her eyes. I could definitely get used to that. Everyone else had already cleared out of the table. Breakfast had ended around 10 minutes ago. Yang-gu was at work, another business trip that wouldn't see him back home for a couple of days. Suwa didn't even bother to join us. Eun-ha, instead, was all smiles as she carried her mug of coffee in the kitchen, humming a cheerful tune. I wondered if she was reliving yesterday in her head. The subtle glance she offered me before she walked off was enough of a hint. Looking at anything nice? I emulated Mia's position, leaning forward with my chin perched on a hand, and stared at her. She received my eyes with no change in her expression. Then, Mia's head tilted to the side, eyes never leaving me. Did you have a good time? Now, the subtle wrinkle of her nose was noticeable. Was it bitterness? Jealousy? In this three-way relationship, I was aware that its burden wasn't evenly split among the three of us. Sharing a heart meant giving half of it to someone else. When too many pieces are taken, Mia wouldn't mean as much to me as she would otherwise have, had I not taken in another lover. But that kind of speculation wasn't standing on a true, solid understanding of love in general, or even our relationship. We could be different. It would have been much better if you were there with us. I certainly miss your dry sarcasm and aggressive lip-biting. Well, nothing's stopping me from sinking my teeth into you right now. Now. Don't start a war with Auntie. She's gotten oddly interested in biting as well, I remarked playfully. Eun-ha's curiosity in that regard was partly my fault. Mia was uncharacteristically silent. In most cases, she'd be quick to rebut with some witty comment on my expense. How many minutes didn't she blink for? I was starting to get concerned. She hummed, blinking once. A slow bat of her eyes, slow enough that it exuded a certain, oddly foreboding confidence. As I said, we have to mark our territory. Can't have other hussies leaving their marks on you. It's a good thing that I'm strong then. I can handle a few bites. A lot more than some bites. I chuckled, flexing my shoulders. And it was not some overly inflated lather. I was honestly surprised that Dae Ho was not some Olympic-level athlete by now. Time to fix that. Rough. Playful. Even your more carnivorous ones. Aren't I the perfect chew toy? Mia leaned forward, though by that point we were already close enough that the movement had nearly caused our foreheads to butt together, and her stare deepened. I suppose. She trailed off, the shape of her lips twitching upward. It really was an interesting, devious smile. Exactly the kind I wanted to keep seeing. I slowly lifted my thumb, tucking her hair behind an ear before my finger rested just below her jaw, swiping slightly at her neck. The smile on Mia's face crept higher, bit by bit, until her white teeth were exposed between soft lips. She grabbed my hand and guided it towards her mouth. She stayed loyal to what she claimed earlier, and ran her teeth across the skin of my thumb. Mia began to envelop the flesh of my thumb with her mouth. Slowly at first, then with more intensity. Her tongue pressed down, smoothing itself over the tip, sliding down the length of my digit and back up again. A tingle ran through me, from the base of my finger and all the way up to my wrist. It was more than a tingle. I was overwhelmed with arousal. My blood grew hot as I watched Mia go to town on my thumb. I controlled my instincts, Losing my head over a thumb blowjob wasn't exactly something to be proud of. So instead, I turned the tables on her, curling my finger inside her mouth. Mia didn't expect that. She let out a startled whimper, then continued nibbling on my digit. Her teeth grazed against my skin, gentle at first, teasingly testing my response. The anticipation built. With each escalating bite, her eyes sought mine, searching for the telltale signs of my reaction, wanting to witness the effect she had on me. Damn. That woman knew how to mix pain and pleasure. But that didn't stop me from admiring her eyes. They had a dark, glimmering look, as if they were concealing a secret. After a short while, I slid my thumb out of her mouth. A flimsy web of saliva desperately clung onto it. "How did you like that?" She flashed me her canines, eyes narrowed. "Well, I guess I just realized that there's an intrinsic element of pleasure in pain. Maybe I like it." The pain she made me feel was dull and faint, barely perceivable, and fading much quicker than it appeared. At times, a degree of danger only heightened the euphoria or the experience itself. But for me, such masochist tendencies were unthinkable. I've never been into that, but with Mia's odd behavior, that sort of playing with fire feeling kept me pumped with adrenaline. I low-key liked it. Does she make you feel the same, Dae Ho? I loosened out a breath. It didn't take a genius to know who she was referring to. She does. You're both perfect. There's no need to compete. The strange aura around her faded. Clarity was restored. Her eyes, considerably brighter now, sat above a more or less darker smile. "You're right," she sighed. "What am I even thinking?" The last part was mumbled more for herself than for my ears to catch on. She held a hand to one side of her face, obscuring her eyes from view. I tugged at the collar of my shirt. The sensations Mia had left on my thumb still lingered, and the memory of it was enough to trigger my blood in a southward pilgrim to awaken the coiled python in my pants. "Anyway, I'm going for another run. Need to keep my stamina up to standards if I'm to satisfy you and Auntie. Wanna tag along?" I took her silence as a no. However, at least she had dropped her hand and turned to stare at me. "You're not going to do another video without me, are you?" I chuckled. "Wouldn't dream of it." "Good." She nodded twice, arms crossed. "Very good." She worried over the silliest of things. "I'll be back in a while. Be quick. I want to teach you some killer yoga moves that's going to take your flexibility to the next level. That kind of flexibility is more fit for you." "Mia Nuna," I said with a smug smile. "I can definitely vouch that no one can pull the mating press as good as you." A bit of red crept to her cheeks. "Jay, just go do your running. Star operator, star operator." After donning a tracksuit and lacing my shoes, I stepped outside, ready to conquer the world one stride at a time. Music blared in my ears. My favorite bands didn't exist in this reality, but the alternatives were equally good. I briefly wondered if I could make money selling some of the lyrics I still remembered. I was not sure if they'd be a big hit in Korea, but worldwide they'd catch a lot of attention. Something to think about later. The rhythmic motion of my body propelled me forward. The world around me seemed to blur, as if the only thing that mattered in that moment was the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other. I always strived to push my limits, even if it was by one single step. The music helped me tune out the world. I focused on working my muscles, feeling them flex and burn it. Dae Ho? I stopped mid-jog and turned to the sidewalk on the other side of the street. Dark hair swayed in the morning breeze. Sunlight caught the contours of her body. I couldn't quite see her face from the distance, and with the sun shining at her back. But from her delicate outline, one that my body could vividly recognize, I was certain of the owner of that soft, silky voice. "Yoo-hee." She waved at me before she broke into a small jog to catch up to me. Fate seems to intertwine our paths quite a lot. Or is it you who's secretly planning these encounters? I slumped into a more relaxed stance. Yoo-hee flushed, cheeks puffing up a bit. I was just humiliated by her stuttering. She took a deep breath, glared at me, and said, "I was just about to come over. I wondered if you wanted to hang out." Yoo-hee. I clicked my tongue. I'm a happily married man. You can't barge into my life like that. I won't fall for your lies anymore. Yoo-hee stood taller, her words tinged in self-righteousness. "I've never lied to you." As I resumed my jogging, which was more of a fast walk considering Yoo-hee was following me, she tilted her head and stared at me, pointedly. What was it that you said about cheese wire and a fishing rod? That they're great openers to real and gullible moonpies like you? Gullible? I wouldn't have it any other way. Don't ever change. I turned to smile at her. She averted her gaze. Anyway, her tone became a little accusatory. I texted you yesterday night. You didn't even see it. Yesterday? Yes. Night? Anywhere from 1 a.m. until 3:30 a.m.? I pondered. Yeah. He arched one eyebrow up. I smiled, waving her off. Sorry about that. There was a temporary power outage in our neighborhood. Some animals, birds I guess, decided to play around with the power lines. Oh. She nodded in understanding. Just as the words left my lips, I couldn't help the smug smile that found its way to my lips. I wonder which birds got so active and aggressive in the middle of the night. Yeah. You reckon they were doing something naughty? He leveled a flat stare at me, though the blush on her pale cheeks gave her away. I don't know. She twirled the ends of her hair, either to distract herself or to get my attention. I don't really have any experience. Is that so? Silence took over for a bit. Only the sound of our feet pounding the asphalt rang out. He didn't look at me. She continued to stare ahead. What about you? What about me? Dae Ho. She seemed a little frustrated. Do you have any experience? I glanced at her from the corner of my eyes. She tried to be indifferent, but her fleeting glimpses revealed her inner turmoil. Yes, I answered. I've had my fair share of experiences. He gulped. With who? I wonder. I was drugged. I don't quite remember. All I recall is waking up handcuffed to a bed and missing a kidney. I shrugged. Life goes on. It actually really happened in my previous life, minus the stolen kidney. I never found out who that woman was, and I desperately hoped it was a woman. One of my teammates who was privy to that story jokingly said that all she wanted was my sperm, which alluded that I might have had a rugrat or two running around with a ball and aspiring to be next Jair Campinho. A sobering thought. Not that it mattered anymore. Though there was a little bit of hope that, at least, I had left a legacy behind. In a world where I was dead, maybe, someday, they'd achieve what I couldn't. It was stupid, really. They wouldn't even know who their father is. They wouldn't mourn the missed opportunity. Who would bother to check anyway? The glory of Campinho wouldn't be passed on. Buried. Alongside me and my name. They might not even exist. But still. Dae Ho? Why are you smiling? I sprinted a little faster, leaving he slightly behind. Nothing. It offered me a bit of hope. Something to dream about. Chapter 44, Arcane Fist Academy. He was adorably obvious with her staring. Her hazel eyes moved back and forth to mine when I looked in her direction. Quick and abashed glances before her face flushed scarlet. I haven't heard from Go Bong in a while, is he okay? We hadn't seen, or even talked, to each other ever since that fateful conversation. His concerned glance was not subtle. He's fine. Yeah, fine. But, he's been hanging out with someone else. Oh, someone else? A nod. They're both having fun playing around with that drone. She lowered her gaze. Her fringes fell over her eyes. I'm sorry. I regarded he with a confused look. For what? Well, you know. She struggled to find the right words. I know how close you two are, and... A gentle smile curved my lips as I interrupted her, my intention clear. You're misunderstanding something, I spoke softly, the words laced with reassurance. I had a heart-to-heart talk with Go Bong last time. We acknowledged our differences. I offered a bit of help, of course. I wanted to extend a hand and raise him up. But it seems he's chosen a different path, and that's okay, but it doesn't really mean much for our friendship. You ought to know, being his sister and a good friend of mine. Should he ever need any advice, I would gladly be the voice of reason for him, but at this juncture I don't believe that he's comfortable around me anymore. Friendships often diverge, leading down separate paths, different roads. Goals. Ambitions. It can create distances that are sometimes insurmountable. It's a bittersweet reality that I've come to know all too well. People I once considered friends, with whom I shared countless memories, have faded into the vast expanse of the past, becoming mere echoes of a time gone by. I see. He hummed, hands clasped behind her back. We fell into a more comfortable pace. Will this happen to us too? I turned to look at her. She was biting her bottom lip, trying to sound nonchalant but looking far from it. My stride gradually came to a halt. Yuhi shadowed me, a few steps behind. Who knows? Her eyes turned apprehensive at my words. She probably wanted a different answer. You don't want me to lie, do you? It's fine to lie, sometimes. I chuckled. People mature. Sometimes they drift apart. That's part and parcel of growing up, I suppose. You don't know where life may take you, and oftentimes it takes you alone. Do what's best for you, not for others. Yuhi nodded thoughtfully. After a few seconds of contemplative silence, we resumed walking. A refreshing breeze blew past us. Yuhi lifted a hand to tame her swaying tresses. Anyway, whatever she was about to say was hilariously cut off by a flyer riding on the wind and slamming on her face. A burst of laughter escaped my lips. The flyer clung stubbornly to Yuhi's face, its edges fluttering with increasing vigor as the wind whipped around us. Well, it seems like fate has a sense of humor. I chuckled. Maybe it's a divine sign or something. Sensing her slight pout beneath the colorful paper, I couldn't resist the urge to alleviate her embarrassment. As such, I extended a hand and peeled the flyer away from her face. A blush of embarrassment painted her cheeks as she lowered her head in bashfulness. Not a word, please, she pleaded, her voice laced with a mixture of chagrin and endearing vulnerability. I raised both palms up and so did the corners of my lips. We moved over to one of the sidewalk benches and sat. I was still pumped with energy, but I could use the break. Yuhi delicately swept loose strands of hair behind her ear, a subtle gesture that accentuated her girlish charm and round face. Her inquisitive gaze met mine, and with a playful scoot she edged closer, breaching the boundaries of personal space. The intoxicating scent of her perfume wafted through the air, teasing my senses, yet I remained steadfast, unmoved by her proximity. I turned my attention from Yuhi to the flyer still in my hand. Purple and black. The colors swirled seamlessly across the paper, the gradients fading as the colors met each other. Emblazoned at the header was a glaring, bold title. Arcane Fist Academy. I read. Warriors are forged, not born. In this hallowed sanctuary, you'll experience a transformative journey. With our dedicated team of experts, you'll embark on a path that transcends the ordinary. Join now. Below the brief introduction, a well-drawn fist capped in violet energy pointed skyward. At Arcana Fist Academy. Plus 82 XXXXXXYYYY. ArcaneFistAcademy.com. I mused, eyebrows slightly arching. So, Yuhi started. What are you going to do with the flyer? It sounds like a scam, honestly. I've never heard of it before. It does indeed seem like a scam. I hummed. Besides, why handing out flyers when you could promote your business online? Even the name was highly pretentious. Arcane Fist. Still, we've got nothing better to do, right? Are you serious? Yuhi's cute face was all wrinkled up in confusion. It's a waste of time, Dae Ho. Perhaps. I shrugged. I reminded myself that this was a different reality. I'd withhold judgment for now. But it could be fun, don't you think? We can go grab a bite afterwards. Yuhi rolled her eyes at me, which just made me chuckle. The place seemed to be in the middle of nowhere. A small compound, surrounded by a grassy field and a handful of trees, the driveway surrounded by tall buildings and the nearby park. A pristine training hall stood at the center of it, its vast glass windows shining in the sunlight. Arcane Fist Academy. It did seem interesting, even though it did remind me of those shitty-ass martial arts movie titles like The Man with the Magic Fists and the likes. It did, however, manage to elicit some sense of mystery from within, and maybe curiosity was simply the default feeling to something new. However, despite the pleasant atmosphere, the compound was void of activity. It looked deserted. A nameless and isolated martial arts school that only appeared on a last-minute handout flyer. Could it really have a promising future? It was more of a one-story house than a training hall, whitewashed walls, and a black gabled roof. To its side was a mini office, and what appeared to be the living quarters for the faculty. Why did it have to be in such a place? Yuhi sighed, glancing around the property, not sounding enthused at all. She rubbed her nose gently. Does this even look legit? Do you expect a martial arts school to be set in a luxury business center in the busy, bustling streets of Seoul? I quipped back. Where's your sense of adventure, Yuhi? We shouldn't have even bothered checking this place out. She mumbled, pointing a finger towards the building. What if they kidnap us? Haven't you heard of such cases, BF? Her words trailed off as a door slammed open with a loud bang. I could feel the ground trembling under my feet, an unsettling chill running down my back. It didn't take a second later when my ears registered a series of heavy footsteps echoing loudly from a corner, from the back of the office. A lone figure, dressed in a martial arts robe, appeared in front of us. Sparse, spiky silver hair swayed on a balding head. There was a cold gleam in his gaze, and his clothes, although fitting well to his build and strong physique, showed wear and tear, as though it was handed down for years. He yelped and hid behind me. Humph. The man's thin eyes narrowed upon landing on He sniffed, and after giving us a second glance over, a satisfied smirk graced his lips. Looks like we have a lively crowd. Come, younglings. It is summer break, a joyful moment for the youth. Why don't we forget the miseries of this world and partake in some fun? I craned my head, cupped a hand around my mouth, and whispered right into He's ear. You were right. He looks sketchy. Kinda like the caricature of some overly hyped anime character. Boisterous and obnoxious. HM! He nodded furiously. Her ears, funnily enough, were steaming. I think we should go somewhere else. I turned my gaze towards the man. The smirk never left his face. He stood strong and steadfast, like a mountain. We stumbled upon this flyer. I waved it for emphasis. We were curious about the place, though we probably won't sign up for a membership. Is that fine? His grin widened. In an instant, he flew across the space. His feet never touched the ground and his entire body blurred until he materialized a breath away. Well, his hand settled on my shoulders. His grip was unnaturally tight. You might regret not signing up. I'm one hell of a good coach. You'll never find someone like me. His laughter was a gong against my ears. His spiky silver eyebrows were like iron curtains as he shook his head, almost shaking mine as well. I was so surprised that I momentarily froze. Boy, he breathed, hot air smelling of roasted chicken tickling my nose. His wrinkled forehead wrinkled even further as he furrowed his bushy brows. His gaze was intense, oddly reminiscent of Mia's earlier that morning, but for a very different reason. Yes, I'm not mistaken. He didn't blink. His eyes deepened, scanning every inch of my body. You're a natural. Your body is simply perfect. Everything is in the right place. Unobstructed. What the hell? I tried to wrestle away from his grip, but soon found out how useless of an act it was. I was sufficiently confident in my strength. I'd been working this body out relentlessly. Still, the man's hands didn't budge. Sorry, the man said with an awkward cough as he released me. I breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't help but rub my shoulders, still feeling a dull throbbing in 5 different spots, where his fingers had sunk into. I couldn't restrain myself. After all, it's been a while. It's rare for people to find out about us. Rare? How rare can it be when your flyers are literally flying around? However, please come inside. Both of you. We don't usually get a lot of visitors here, but that does not mean that we will treat anyone poorly, especially newcomers. I couldn't deny that the man, despite age catching up to him, had incredible strength. The fact that he crossed a considerable distance with just one leap and looked nonchalant about it was enough proof to give him the benefit of doubt. As the man beckoned, I trailed close behind him, but not before stealing a sideways glance at Yuhi. She seemed a bit reluctant to come with us, but even more so to be left behind. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jumong. Feel free to call me Master, though. Ha! Most people do. I nodded. I'm Dae Ho, and this beautiful Nuna here is Yuhi. Yuhi's pale cheeks flared red. Hello? Jumong boomed out a deep laugh. Ah, the joys of the youth. Indeed. I chuckled alongside him, much to Yuhi's embarrassment. As we walked further in, I noticed an annexed building. Even from afar I could see that it was filled with kids and instructors. Confused, I pointed at it. What's that? I was under the impression that this place was deserted. Was the arcane fist more well-known than we gave it credit for? Oh, that. Jumong gave us a blinding smile. White teeth fully exposed. That's our shell dojo, so to speak. Our business on the surface. Those younglings are practicing taekwondo. On the surface? Something was going on. I see. I pretended to brush the matter off, but inside, I couldn't contain my mounting curiosity. The master's earlier words certainly hadn't escaped my notice. There was more than meets the eye to this academy. Definitely more. I might be an aspiring football player, but even I knew the importance of self-defense. Chapter 45, Potential. A pristine hall stretched in front of us. An assortment of training equipment, from punching bags to speed bags, and even heavy bags, lined the perimeter. The ceiling was high and the floor was covered with thick blue mats. Upon first impressions, you'd expect the spacious hall to be brimming with students, either sparring or rehearsing some complicated technique. But the hall was deserted, except for one. She must have looked like a flickering flame from a distance. She stood by the window, back turned, an inferno burning where her hair should be. It poured down in an endless torrent, vivid crimson waves dancing with life all their own. Looking at it for too long scorched the eyes. You could feel the heat shimmering off each twist and snake-like curl. An exaggeration, of course. But that color wasn't natural, it was hellfire given form, hungrily devouring all light. A single lock unfurled like a flaming tendril, beckoning you closer to taste flesh seared to ash. She turned around. 2 coils fell over her creamy skin, outlining neck and shoulders aflame. Only her face remained untouched, pale and lovely amid the carnage. Master. She bowed as soon as Ju Mong entered the room. Bent at the waist, that beautiful mane spilled all over her face. A few seconds later, she straightened her back and fixed a pair of fiery blue eyes on us. Her gaze was inquisitive. "Ah, Emberlin, good to see you so full of vigor. We have 2 newcomers today." Ju Mong gestured towards me, a wide grin on his face. Dae Ho and his lovely friend Yu He were interested in taking a look. I see. A tilt of the head, too cute to go along with those cold eyes of hers. Ju Mong laughed. A deep and hearty chuckle. "I was actually counting on you to give our little skeptic friends a good demonstration of our ancestral martial arts." I shot a quick glance at Ju Mong. "With so many martial arts out there, what makes yours so special, so different?" I probed, mostly to dig out some real information and not some zealous and overly sugar-coated pitch about how much better it was than the alternatives. "What indeed?" Ju Mong's face lit up, but I couldn't tell if it was because of the question, or just because he was happy to be talking about it. "You see, Dae Ho, it's not like any of those lackluster martial arts that litter the public domain. The arcane fist transcends them all, existing as a unique entity, untethered to any established form. It is an amalgamation, a tapestry woven from the threads of countless cultures and their ancient fighting techniques." I furrowed my brow, struggling to grasp the concept. "So, it's just a mishmash of moves thrown together? How does that make it any better?" A thought flashed through my mind. Wasn't this approach akin to that of mixed martial arts? Undeniably effective, but still a synthesis of various disciplines. Ju Mong's eyes sparkled, the excitement within him uncontainable. "Ah, you see, my young apprentice, the beauty lies in the chaos. The arcane fist is not bound by the constraints of tradition or the rigidity of a singular style. It is a fluid fusion, drawing from the essence of diverse martial arts, each one contributing its own wisdom and power. There's no way to master it without attuning your spirit, soul, mind, body. The power unleashed through such a union is not to be wielded carelessly, certainly not in the confines of some paltry public match put on display for the masses." His words hung in the air, laden with a sense of reverence and caution. Fascinating. Despite his rough appearance, he had a way with words that drew you in. "And what exactly does this secret technique entail?" "Well, it's a lot more than a simple technique. You see, it's a method to achieve a higher state of being, a superior form of life. It's an ancient tradition, passed down from generation to generation, all the way back to the early days of the clan, before we came to these lands, before we were a people." Yu-He had an adorably confused look on her face. How do you achieve that exactly?" "As I said, it's a union of body and mind." Ju Mong grinned, arms crossed. "Through rigorous training, one can shape the mind to control the body, and through control, achieve a higher level of consciousness. This is the arcane state." "Arcane state, huh?" Yu-He blinked, as stunned as I was. Emberlin kept staring at us throughout Ju Mong's entire explanation. "Yes, a trance-like state, a level of concentration so profound that you can consciously control the very energies that flow through the body. The arcane fist can manipulate and amplify ki, allowing its user to perform feats of strength and speed otherwise impossible, while remaining perfectly lucid. But a few words can't possibly give justice to the might of this discipline. Emberlyn. Yes, master. Jumong pointed at one of the heavy bags hanging from the ceiling. It looked brand new, as if it was equipped right before their arrival. Give them a demonstration. Emberlyn turned to the bag and stood in front of it. Her stance was low, her legs spread wide, one arm raised, the other dangling by her side. I stared, unblinking, as she briefly closed her eyes, released a deep breath, and snapped them open. A slight shift in weight, the slightest change in posture, and her fist was already a blur, striking the heavy bag with a thud. Emberlyn's tiny fist sunk into the bag, momentarily disappearing between the distorted fabric. A burst of misplaced air followed. The chain overhead rattled before it snapped. The bag was sent careening towards the middle of the hall, where its momentum dispersed after rolling a good distance away. Emberlyn didn't move, still in the same position. She was the image of serenity, a calm ocean. There was a brief moment of silence. That was amazing! Yuhi was the first to speak. How did she do that? My jaw slackened slightly. This was another reminder that this world might not follow the same rules and laws of my previous one. She was tiny, for God's sake. She shouldn't have so much power packed in that body. I walked forward. Doubt gnawed at me, like a persistent insect. I hated it. I knelt down, in front of the bag. Black, in a pristine condition even after the abuse it received. With both hands I tried to pick it up. It's heavy, this is no joke. Emberlyn stared at me. Was she expecting some kind of reaction? I huffed a chuckle, rewarding her with a smile. She smiled right back, a deviant curl of her lips. What do you think, youngling? Amazing, right? A powerful grip on my shoulder told me Jumong was behind me. I didn't even hear him. Why aren't there more people here? Jumong shrugged, hand still on my shoulder. Many reasons. Competition. Secrecy. People don't believe in extraordinary powers, let alone being able to harness them. This is why, in a way, you're special, my friend. Your body feels like it was made purely to wield that power. Aren't you curious? Surely, you must have seen firsthand what I'm talking about. Secrecy, huh? Quite a smart idea to hand out flyers if you didn't want anyone to know about you. An embarrassed cough went off. I turned towards Emberlyn, who sported an indignant blush as she avoided my gaze. The folly of youth. Jumong boomed a laugh. She's a good kid, just trying to help revive a dojo that is unfortunately declining. My eyes returned to the down bag. Why don't you take a shot? That was enough to focus everyone's eyes on me. One punch. If nothing happens, I won't convince you anymore. Jumong nudged me in the direction of another heavy bag. But if something does happen, promise me you'll at least think about joining us. I've always been in the spotlight. Hard not to when millions of fans watched your every single move. Each stride, each sprint, every twist and turn, all dissected and analyzed under the watchful eyes of an expectant audience. Every misstep magnified, every triumph celebrated. The line between failure and success blurs, as if my very existence is a perpetual performance, a spectacle to be witnessed and judged. The punching bag stood still, suspended in the air. I didn't have a good form, nor did I try to make up one when there was no solid foundation for such a thing to be built on. Instead, I positioned myself in a basic boxing stance. That much I could do. I took a deep breath, steadying the hammering beat in my chest. I tightened my core, shifting my weight on the balls of my feet. Muscles coiled, and then my right arm moved. My fist met the heavy bag. A thunderous crack, like the sound of a tree trunk being split apart, and the bag's thick hide wrinkled and deformed before the force it was subjected to made it swing back and forth. The heavy bag stopped swaying after a good minute, hanging limply by the strained chain. Wow! Yuhi's eyes widened, hand over her mouth. I rolled the joint of my shoulder. The skin of my knuckles was slightly red. Last time I punched a bag, it easily tore apart, making me question the untapped strength this body had. But the bag was likely old and used. I couldn't say the same about this one. I turned around. Two sets of eyes were immediately upon me. Jumong, with a wide grin under his bushy mustache, and Emberlyn, with a pensive frown on her face. It was just a punch. Admittedly, a powerful one, but I didn't know what to make of the arcane fist. This misplaced attention wasn't something I craved. Was Ju Mong truly a master of this extraordinary art? Or was he merely an artful deceiver, spinning tales of mystique? Yuhi Nuna, let's go. I needed to think about it. Perhaps I was running away. I've always been more practical with my feet than my brain. A ball I could juggle. Promises of supernatural powers? I needed to sleep over it. Drink over it. And potentially have sex over it as well. ECCHI? Yuhi stared at the strong hand wrapped around her wrist as she let herself be dragged out of the dojo. A wave, and a brief goodbye. That's all I left behind. Star operator. Ju Mong's POV. That boy held more potential than anyone had any right to have. Whether it would manifest as a force for good or a harbinger of evil in the martial world, the magnitude of his capabilities was simply awe-inspiring. If he were to embrace and harness his potential, the impact he could make on the world would be nothing short of monumental. Master. Emberlin's soft voice tore his gaze away from Dae Ho's retreating silhouette, albeit reluctantly. Her line of sight was not on him, but on the heavy bag that bore the weight of Dae Ho's fist. Cracks, subtle at first, etched their way across the ceiling, as if the very foundations of the building quivered under the onslaught of Dae Ho's power. The chain that held the bag together came undone, its metallic links yielding to the immense force. And then, in a burst of paint chips and crumbling plaster, the bag succumbed, crashing down to the floor like a vanquished foe. Chapter 46, Into the Field. I think. Yuhi's attention was instantly on me. I'm going back home. Her casual stroll stuttered into a startled halt. Huh? Big, hazel eyes blinked at me. Why? Disappointment. It rolled off of her like a miasma cloak. A pair of restless birds are probably waiting for me. A poor excuse couldn't have left my lips, but I was glad Yuhi was klutzy enough to lap it up like a thirsty dog. A pout clung stubbornly on her lips. She briefly looked away, idly playing with a curl of her hair. I was kinda hoping we could, hang out a bit more. It might have been the heat, but her white cheeks were colored in an adorable shade of pure embarrassment. How much courage did it take you to say that? I chuckled. I think I've exhausted my supply. Yuhi said in a small yet hopeful voice. Honesty, my dear, is a virtue and a vice. I mused, my gaze flicking toward her with a knowing spark. You ought to dabble in the art of deception. Yuhi tilted her head, a typical sign of confusion. But why? I like being honest, she declared proudly, chest puffed out. What type of sex position do you usually fantasize yourself in? That. Yuhi stumbled over her words, her composure faltering like a poorly programmed automaton. She started glitching, her inner gears grinding and steam billowing. If she were a computer, my words had the equivalent effect as deleting System 32. Well? An intoxicated blush spread from her neck to the roots of her hair. I say intoxicated because, honestly, she looked like she just had chugged down a gallon of tequila. I can't tell you that. That's precisely why a little artful deception can serve you well, Yuhi Nuna. Of course, everyone has some secret fetish that they don't wish to expose, but by hinting at falsehood while preserving elements of truth, one can craft a more believable narrative. I huffed a laugh. Though I must say that I prefer you this way. Be different, and don't change. Innocence is truly a gift in this world. Yuhi's blush abated a bit. I see. I wonder about that. With big, sparkly eyes, she regarded me. Dae Ho, have you lied to me before? I responded with a cryptic smile. Who knows? By the time I got back home, my head wasn't any clearer. Possibilities, an endless stream, ran through the corridors of my thoughts. Emberlin's demonstrations and Ju Mong's words, it rang something within me. Ambition? Perhaps. My goal, for all my life, was and is, to lift a World Cup trophy alongside my teammates, bellowing my country's anthem into the heavens and basking in the glory with the roaring crowd. History would remember me, a name that would echo through the ages, forever associated with victory, with Brazil. It was not as if I was craving more than that, it was just the realization that you could be extremely good at something but wasting it away for something else. It was hard to formulate that stupid thought into a sentence that actually made sense. Naturally, I had no intention of dropping out of a no doubt illustrious football career to become some sort of Korean Muhammad Ali. What stung harder was that, if I was going to play for any national team, it'd be for the Korean one. I'd be standing against Brazil. So entranced was I in my thoughts that I failed to notice a presence lurking in the shadows. It was only when I sat down, unloading the exhaustion of my thoughts into the comfort of the couch, that I heard movement behind me. A cat couldn't have been more graceful. "Hey babe, what's got you brooding like a Shakespearean tragedy? Did your football betray you or something?" Slender arms slithered over my shoulders, pressing and fondling their way down until I was trapped in a soft, nice-smelling hold. I relaxed, letting myself be held captive. Mia Nuna, always bringing your snarky A-game, I see. But I assure you, nothing of the sort happened. Oh, it was way worse. My mind has just decided to stage a rebellion. She purred, brushing the tip of her nose against my nape. Rebellion, huh? Are we talking about an epic overthrow of the status quo or just a minor revolt in the land of Dae Ho's mind? A contents sigh left my lips. Let's just say it's a revolution of philosophical proportions, Mia Nuna. I've got some deep pondering to do, the kind that would make Descartes himself envious. The fact that Shakespeare and Descartes were actual historical figures in this reality, as well, was something I couldn't wrap my head around. Mia couldn't resist a playful jab, her words dripping with faux sympathy. The weight of your intellect must be exhausting. Are you sure it's not just a craving for a triple shot espresso? Perhaps something else, something I can help you with. A smile, unbidden, came to my lips. Oh? And what magical solution do you propose? There was a slight shift behind me. Mia was now leaning almost all of herself on my back. Lips soft and warm teased my jaw. How about a little private performance? Her voice was low and sultry. I could dance my way into your thoughts and make you forget everything else. I turned my head around, facing her. I never thought I could, so clearly, see lust, literally glistening, in someone's eyes. With her cheeks ablaze, Mia looked feverish. With each breath, steam seemingly billowed on the side of my neck. Her nails dug into my chest. Has she been sharpening them? She's always been a scratcher. She liked to burrow into my skin with her passion, leaving marks and destruction, not unlike a hurricane. In many ways, she was like one. Destructively beautiful. Untamed. Wet. That sounds great, but... I gave her a sincere smile. Can you postpone this private performance for later? Later. A curl of hair fell over my eye. How annoying. Do I have to cut it again? Mia looked frustrated. Yes. I promise I'll make it up to you later. I just need to relax a bit right now. I stood up, preparing to walk away, when a tugging at the hem of my shirt halted me. Mia Nuna? She wasn't looking at me, not directly anyway. You have to make it up to me, got it? It sounded like a threat, but it was far from one. A blush sprouted on her face, which stood in stark contrast with the haughty expression she was wearing. HMHM. You know I'm the best at making it up to you. I chuckled. I'll bring you roses. As a reminder that you're one of the most captivating flowers in my garden. Mia rolled her eyes. Flattery will get you nowhere, but it's a damn good start. She flicked her hair to the side. I'm expecting a private concert from you, mister, where you serenade me with a medley of Momoa's greatest hits. Complete with backup dancers, of course. Oh God, not Momoa. She was this reality's Korean version of Beyoncé. I'll see what I can arrange to appease you. A smile, a genuine one, finally bloomed on her lips. Humph, good. You're finally learning. I closed the distance between us, cupped her chin, and lingered a kiss on her left cheek. I'll be back later, Mia Nuna. Don't miss me too much. TCH. Mia crossed her arms, looking away. Just do what you have to do and come back already. She started to push me towards the door. I laughed. If nature could be psychoanalyzed, she'd be diagnosed with bipolarity. From a beautiful, clear sky, clouds began to gather, as if shepherded by a god. Hope it's not going to rain. I stared at the empty field, the same one I used to record my videos. A ball was under my foot. I breathed and slid the sphere forward then out. My muscles tensed as I hunched slightly forward, and in a burst of speed, I sprinted forward. The ball was at my feet, a part of my body, and I dribbled it, weaving my way between imaginary defenders. They were donned in dark blue shirts and white shorts, a symbol of the country they were representing. I crossed the last defender, an empty space of grass, and approached the goal. Faster. I had to be faster. Empty your head. Let instincts take over. Don't think about it. The goalkeeper, the ball, and I were all that existed. I feinted to the left, fooling the imaginary goalkeeper. He fell for it and dove to the left. I tapped the ball to the right, and it sailed past the goalkeeper and landed into the net. I stopped, breathing in the earthy scent of humidity. The wind gathered momentum, and the first drops of rain splattered on the ground, a prelude to the impending shower. It didn't deter me, however. I had faced far harsher conditions on the field. The ball was at my feet again, smudged in dirt and rainwater. I let my eyes linger on it, to remember my past glory. The rumbling of thunder was like the roaring of a well-coordinated crowd. The flashes of lightning were reminiscent of flares. With a slight movement, I vaulted the ball over my head and reclaimed it with a classy touch. Then, as if riding on the wind, I sped forward, a locomotive on full throttle. Water drizzled on my face, soaking my hair. A surge of energy coursed through me. With each stride I accelerated, a whirlwind of grace and agility. The lush grass crunched under my feet. My mind materialized opponents in front of me. An impenetrable wall that I had to overcome. With a burst of speed, I initiated the elastico, a mesmerizing move where I flicked the ball with the outside of my foot, causing it to swerve in a hypnotic arc. The defenders, illusions of my mind, were left bewildered, their legs grasping at thin air. I kept moving forward, conjuring more defenders, more obstacles, urging them to stop my advance. I sprinted, veering towards the left wing of the field. The defenders moved in unison, speeding after me. I slowed down a bit, to let them catch up to me. Right as they were about to steal the ball off my feet, I surprised them with a Ronaldo chop. Planting my dominant foot firmly on the ground, I swiftly dragged the ball behind my standing leg, using the inside edge of my foot. The ball obediently obeyed my command, changing direction in an instant. The suddenness of this maneuver was akin to a magician's sleight of hand. However, my pursuers reacted quickly. I didn't lose my composure. Instead, I tricked them with a step over. The scissoring movement kept them at bay, running alongside me without approaching. In a burst of leg strength and pure, innate speed, I left them behind. A smile flitted across my lips. I let my foot fly. The ball turned into a bullet, cutting through the wind and the rain. The goalkeeper, if it weren't a simple figment of my imagination, would have watched in miserable resignation as the sphere soared into the net with unstoppable momentum. A deep breath escaped my lips. Yes, this is the feeling. I smiled. Much better than punching a bag. A slow clapping caught my attention. It was barely audible over the snarling thunder. I was so wrapped up in my own world that I failed to register the presence of an observer, not the first time that day, mind you. From a distance, I noticed two figures making their way towards me. One was unmistakably feminine, her features captivating and delicate. Her complexion had an ethereal paleness, almost porcelain-like, and her face possessed a beauty that could only be described as exquisite. Her petite frame was accompanied by a cascade of luxuriant black hair, flowing effortlessly around her. A singular beauty marked beneath her eye added a touch of intrigue to her already striking visage. The other, a man, no doubt, held an air of composure and wisdom. He was dressed in a tucked-in shirt and black pants. An umbrella was between them, elevated at the right altitude to fend off the rain yet not make it awkward due to the height gap. "Nice finish, son," the man said, a glimmer of interest in his eyes, hunger for talent, not unlike what I'd seen in the eyes of a scout from Brazil's national team. "Thanks. Been putting in the work," I replied, sweat-soaked and dirt-stained from head to toe. He gave me a thorough once-over, his gaze traveling from my soaked hair to my muddy shoes. "I can tell," he said smoothly. "This young lady here showed me your videos. Watching you in action, it's a whole different experience." I turned my eyes to the girl in question, who was smiling ambiguously. Dressed in casual clothes, a blazer and jeans, she radiated a casual beauty, as if it was simply an effortless endeavor. Perhaps it was the striking paleness of her skin. You'd almost think she was terminally ill if not for the healthy look on her face. "You're a hard man to track down, Dae Ho," she said with a touch of playful disappointment. "You've been avoiding me." "You are." I trailed off, expecting a name. The girl's eyes narrowed, though the smile stayed untouched. "Tifa." She finally introduced herself, making me blink in surprise. "Your editor." Just then, the man stepped in, his tone becoming more conversational. "Do you have a minute to talk, son?" Chapter 47, Him and I. Tifa's POV. She hid a hand under the table, to keep herself from fidgeting. He was in front of her. Dae Ho was in front of her. Sweaty. Wet. An absolute mess from head to toe. Yet he still managed to look handsome. Oh, and that sharp jawline. God, she wanted to bite it. Let me introduce myself. I'm Junho, a scout from the national team's coaching staff. Junho reached over the table to shake Dae Ho's hand. I've been hearing about you so much that the higher-ups have been stressing me for this meeting. I'll cut straight to the point. You've got moves, son. The way you dance with the ball is something I've seldom seen. Dae Ho's composure didn't waver. Contrary to what anyone would be in his position, he wasn't a nervous wreck. His hands were firm, even as he leisurely lifted the cup of coffee to take a sip. Tifa's gaze tracked the liquid pouring through his lips, wishing, almost painfully so, that she could liquefy herself and swap places with that caffeinated drink. Thank you, sir. I've worked hard to get to this point. Hard work is something we value. It's not just about talent, it's about the willingness to put in the effort. Tell me, Dae Ho, what drives you? What makes you lace up those boots every day? There was a pause, a contemplative one. Honestly, I just love the game. Dae Ho laughed. And didn't she love the sound of it? It's as simple as that. The feeling of the ball at my feet, the teamwork, the competition, it's all a part of something bigger. Out there, I feel alive. There was a reminiscent spark in Junho's eyes. Nostalgia. Dae Ho's words, no doubt, brought back a fair share of memories. You've got a way with words, son. Not only with your feet. At that, Dae Ho offered an appreciative smile. Well, it's always been my dream to play on an international stage. But dreams alone don't win matches. It takes skill, strategy, and nerves of steel. How do you handle the pressure, especially when you're being closely watched, like now? Dae Ho's answer couldn't have been more perfect. Pressure is just part of the game, sir. I focus on what I can control, my performance on the field. The rest will fall into place if I do my job well. The older man nodded before he pulled up a video of Dae Ho's match against the U18 team. Dae Ho, your style on the field is a spectacle. I see echoes of Brazilian finesse in your moves, skill, speed, and a beautiful command of the ball. Where does that come from? Who inspired you? I believe in playing instinctively, sir. Of course, there's strategy, but sometimes you have to trust your gut. He shrugged. It keeps the game dynamic, throws opponents off balance, and makes for one good spectacle. Junho's smile couldn't get any wider, and to be honest, either could hers. I can see you're not just a follower of the playbook, you're a creator on the field. An appreciative nod stringed along his next words. Now, let's get to the technicalities. How's your fitness? Any injuries I should know about? I'm in top shape. No lingering injuries. I take my fitness as seriously as my skills. It's a package deal. As you should, Dae Ho. Discipline is something many sorely lack and poorly underestimate. Many players couldn't live up to their full potential due to arrogance. I hope you won't be one of them. Tifa let her eyes linger on the slender yet toned beauty of Dae Ho's body. Her thoughts had long stopped associating him with football, but with a whole other activity. Now, let's talk about teamwork. Football is a team sport, after all. How do you contribute to the collective effort on the field? Communication is key. Understanding my teammates, their strengths and weaknesses, and building a connection on and off the field. It's about creating a bond that transcends individual talent and... Tifa didn't pay much attention after that. She was in a world of her own, unblinking eyes focused on her target, analyzing each twitch, wrinkle, and smile that graced that face. The conversation could have gone for days for all she cared, as long as she was there, to be part of that little space he was in. It wasn't until the scout raised his voice that she was snapped out of her thoughts. That's great to hear. With your potential, you could be someone great, Dae Ho. You could pen a new chapter in the history of Korean football. Junho stood up, seemingly pleased. We'll be in touch. Keep up the good work, and remember, the journey is just as important as the destination. And that destination, my boy, is the national stage. Junho slid a business card across the table before he parted with a smile. Tifa straightened her back, fingers scratching restlessly at the cushion underneath her. Her jaw clenched and unclenched. Her knee began to bounce up and down, and an urge to tuck her thumb between her lips for a nibble surged within. Tifa. Dae Ho's voice, smooth as melted butter, cut through the restlessness. I'm genuinely surprised. Who knew you were rubbing elbows with such a big shot? Has surprises are my forte, you know? She strutted a bit, emphasizing her assets. His gaze grazed the geography of her bosom before swiftly returning to her eyes. TCH. Feel free to take a longer peek, buddy. A grin ghosted across his face as he studied the bottom of his cup. You're quite something. You've gone above and beyond for me. I'm almost at a loss for words. HMHM. Almost. But not quite. Tifa slouched, propping her chin up with both hands, eyes fixed on him. If it's about cash. It's not about the green stuff. She cut in. Dae Ho raised an eyebrow. Tifa maintained the gaze, her thoughts concealed behind an ambiguous smile. He snorted a chuckle. Am I supposed to play the guessing game here? A rebellious lock of hair fell over her eye. She shrugged, a subtle lift of her shoulders. You know, I'm not exactly swimming in the friends department. That threw him off guard. I'm practically a recluse, she confessed, wondering if he could spot the shift in her demeanor. Maybe her eyes had a distant gleam, or her smile turned a tad wistful. I'm holed up in my room all day. Can't even recall the last time I casually hung out with someone my age. Dae Ho shut his eyes. Tifa recognized it as his mental gears grinding. This is a leap for me, she added, sliding her arms forward and resting her head on them, gazing up at him. What I'm getting at, Dae Ho, is that I'm hoping you can throw me a friendship lifeline, extend that olive branch, you know? He opened his eyes. She shivered under his intense stare. We barely know each other. Isn't that how most friendships start? They don't start with them working for me, for free, and introducing me to someone from the national team. Maybe I'm desperate. And maybe I like you a little too much. Tifa. She couldn't resist the urge any longer and tucked her thumb between her teeth. However, his next words hit her like an eruption of endorphins. That goes without saying. You've been nice to me. There was a shadow of suspicion in his eyes. Nonetheless, the smile seemed genuine enough. Of course, we can be friends. A beautiful smile blossomed on her face. Bonnie and Clyde style? Dae Ho chuckled, the intensity in his gaze softening. Opening up the friendship handbook, are we? Bonnie and Clyde style, it is. Tifa released her thumb from its temporary refuge, a grin playing on her lips. Great! Just without the illegal activities, though. I've got a clean record, you know? His laughter echoed in the room, a rich sound that added warmth to the newfound relationship status between them. Fair enough, Tifa. Clean slate for our friendship. We'll shake up the football world together, leaving a trail of crippled defenders in our wake to the World Cup. Thought you said no illegal activities? It's not illegal to tackle your opponents on the field, is it? I'm a striker. Doesn't stop you from striking them. Tifa. He shook his head, unimpressed but undeniably amused. Dae Ho. She emulated his expression, stiffening her features up like a stone statue emoji, which was just enough to put a crack on that facade of his. His laugh echoed off once more, and it did wonders for her heart. It tickled all the right spots, making her warm and fuzzy on the inside. God, what I wouldn't give to have him come back to my room. We could stay there forever. You've got a weird look in your eyes, Dae Ho observed, eyes narrowing in curiosity. Huh? Tifa blinked, straightening herself up. What look? She tilted her head. He stared at her for a few seconds longer, long enough for her to almost jam her thumb back into her mouth. Nothing, he concluded. Tifa raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in her eye. Nothing? You've got to spill the beans, Dae Ho. What do you think that weird look is all about? Dae Ho leaned back, his fingers drumming absent-mindedly on the table. Well, let's just say it's a mix of mischief and mystery. Like you've got a secret agenda or something. She laughed, a melodious sound that filled the air. Me? A secret agenda? That's absurd. I'm an open book, Dae Ho. No hidden plots here. He hummed thoughtfully. Open book, huh? That's what they all say until you get to the last chapter and find a plot twist. Tifa leaned forward, a sly smile on her lips. Well, Dae Ho, you'll have to keep reading to discover my plot twists. I promise they're worth the suspense. Are they? A shadow danced in Tifa's eyes. More than you could possibly know. No spoilers, I guess? She shook her head, hair bobbing left and right. Where is the fun in that? You don't skip straight to the end. You have to enjoy the whole process of figuring me out. So this is all about you? You're my supporting character. You have your scenes as well. Ah, you mean my glorious career in football as I cripple my way through hordes of defenders? She chuckled, weaving images of Dae Ho actually doing that. You know what they say before an important event, break a leg, or something. Not literally. Dae Ho rolled his eyes, to which Tifa smirked in response. With a defeated sigh, he pushed himself up. Tifa's heart burned at the implication. Still, she schooled her features and stood up as well. You're going? Yeah, I'm dying to get off these clothes and clean myself, he said, his nose wrinkled. Tifa's eyes flashed, bottom lip caught between her teeth. Any chance you'd sign your shirt and give it to me? Ah, stupid, unfiltered mouth. Thinking ahead, aren't you? She couldn't quite unravel the emotion in his eyes, though he smoothly played it off with a smile. No way, Tifa. It's just a random shirt. It's all sweaty and dirty. That shirt could become a collector's item one day, though. A piece of history. She quickly followed up with a little lie. And who knows, maybe one day I'll auction it for a charity cause. As if she'd ever sell anything that belonged to him. You have a staggering amount of faith in my success. It's not a bad thing, is it? Dae Ho took a moment to look out the window. The rain had let up a bit, though not nearly enough to make a walk back home comfortable. Still, he didn't seem to care. Faith is never a bad thing, Tifa. However, I'm not giving you my shirt. She sulked. You've got to give me something, to commemorate our beautiful friendship. Like what? At least he didn't seem opposed to the idea. Regardless, if Tifa couldn't have his shirt, what could she? A picture! She nearly shouted, grinning from ear to ear. Some of the patrons in the store shot her a curious look before they returned to whatever conversation they were engrossed with. Let's take a picture, Dae Ho. There was nothing wrong with the idea, at least on a surface glance. Dae Ho readily agreed. Sure. Let's take one. Tifa immediately scuttled to his side. She was not delusional enough to believe she could snuggle up to him without repercussions, but surely there'd be no problem if she leaned a little into his chest. After a few seconds of adjustment, she brought her phone up in the air, in a downward angle. The camera focused in and captured both of them. She smiled, happy to see one mirroring Dae Ho's face as well. The phone buzzed, freezing that single, perfect frame and saving it in her gallery. We look so good together. A power couple. She beamed at the picture. Dae Ho extended a hand to Tifa, gesturing towards the exit. Well, it's been quite an unexpected day. Time for me to head back and get out of these drenched clothes. Her heart skipped a beat, but she composed herself, feigning casualness. Sure thing, Dae Ho. We should do this again sometime. He grinned, a blend of genuine warmth and gratitude. Absolutely. You've made today memorable, Tifa. She smiled, bright and cheerful. As Dae Ho swooped in to play Mr. Generous with the tab, Tifa glued her eyes to him through the misty window. He strolled away, vanishing around a corner like some casual magic trick. She let her eyes linger for a bit more. A satisfied purr rumbled in her throat. She had finally become a cornerstone in his life. All she had to do was to lay more bricks, build a solid foundation, and engineer the towering structure, until she was the sole goddamn thing in his mind. A lone building that allowed entrance only for her. Tifa looked down at the picture, one of the many more to come for sure. Create album. Album name, Him and I. Saved. Chapter 48, Double Trouble. When the sky finally cleared up, Mia's mood didn't really improve. Earlier, she had foolishly barreled Dae Ho text after text, and it was just now that she felt embarrassed about it. He must be training. She could already imagine him snickering at how easily her emotions rose up and demanded his attention. Dumbass. Despite her self-derision, the constant drip of negativity kept her down. Her skin began to itch uncomfortably like she'd caught the flu. Still, her eyes were lasered on her smartphone, a frown etched on her face. Dae Ho, that guy, did he already go home? If he did, why wasn't he answering? She took a sip of the bubble tea in her hand, teeth chomping and grinding on the straw, nearly tearing it apart. Next to her, the chattering of her friends hardly proved a good distraction. If anything, her expression got uglier by the minute. I hope he's not having fun with another girl. Ah, sweet old paranoia. Mia had never been so awfully stressed over someone's attention like this before. The butterflies in her stomach were staging a riot. She felt like she was about to hurl. Whatever, Dae Ho isn't the type that would hook up with others. She reassured herself. But what about that Yuhi girl? Or that editor? Where was so much female attention coming from? Why him? Hey, Mia. Mia was so startled she nearly spilled her tea. Juri Kong spoke right next to her ear. That bitch. With a flustered blush on her face, Mia hastily explained. I was just looking at my cell phone for a moment, nothing more. The excuse sounded pathetic, even to her. Wait, what was even there to explain? Juri Kong's sweat dropped. Are you serious? She huffed a breath, blue eyes trained on Mia. The intensity of her scrutiny was enough to make her squirm. It's been so long since we last met and you... And then she trailed off. Mia feared the worst. Don't tell me. Juri Kong held a hand over her mouth. Did you meet someone in the meantime? Oh, fuck me. What are you talking about? Mia feigned casualness, looking at the bottom of her bubble tea. A futile attempt at diversion. If the searing warmth on her face was anything to go by, she must have been a blushing storm. I've been at home since the start of holidays, how could I have met a man? Ironic, how she actually did meet a man, in her own home of all places. She popped the pink straw in her mouth, hoping the sweet flavor would calm her nerves. Her friend stared at her with an increasing air of suspicion. When the plan was thoroughly debunked, she decided to retreat to the toilet. Anyway, I'm going to the toilet, I'll be back soon. Juri stared at Mia ambling towards the public toilet with haste. She perched her chin on a hand as she pondered this new enigma. What is she hiding? Because she was definitely hiding something. Subtlety was never Mia's strong suit. Haughty? Absolutely. Subtle? Not so much. She wore her emotions like a neon sign, and right now, that sign was flashing in bold, bright letters, secrets ahead. If the usual Mia was like a sunny prairie, then the current one was more like a storm. There was something amiss, that was obvious. Juri couldn't resist curiosity. She stood up and ran after her friend. Mia locked eyes with her mirror twin, wondering if she just set a new record for blushing. Seriously, her face was giving traffic lights a run for their money. There was nothing wrong in her relationship with Dae Ho. A stepbrother as a lover, a mother as his concubine. Her love life had more twists than a pretzel. But Mia wasn't about to let the nosy squad grab their detective hats and magnifying glasses. She'd guard that facet of her life like a dragon would on its treasure. I'm taking this one to the grave. If word got out, it wouldn't be only Mia facing the music. It was in times like this that she wondered whether a relationship like that would truly work. Not for a lack of love. Perhaps too much of it, in fact. However, she lamented that her only shot at an actual genuine relationship was with someone a tad too closely related to her, who was also dating her mother. The love triangle wasn't just a cliché, it was her reality check on whether unconventional relationships could stand the test of, well, everything. Damn you, Dae Ho. And in all of this, that idiot had yet to message her back. Her hands were firmly on the lavatory sink, seemingly to hoist herself up against the weight of her inner turmoil. Why did I have to make such a scene? As Mia confronted her own reflection, she couldn't help but shake her head at the mess she'd made of things. The bathroom door swung open, and in barged Juri Kong, interrupting Mia's self-reflection like an uninvited guest crashing a pity party. Mia, what's going on? You look like you've seen a ghost or discovered the secret to eternal youth in that toilet paper aisle. Mia's eyes widened at the sudden intrusion. Juri, can't a girl have a moment to herself in the bathroom? She shot back, attempting to play it cool. Juri raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Sure, if that girl isn't my drama-prone bestie who's been acting more mysterious than a K-drama plot twist. Spill the tea? Mia rolled her eyes, a feeble attempt at nonchalance. There's no drama. I'm just taking a breather. Sure there isn't any. By the way, the hero of a tragedy would have acted that exact same way. Juri muttered dryly. Then, she sighed, knowing it was no use. Here I thought we were finally going to have some fun. After all, it's been ages since we last hung out. Mia heaved a breath. She wasn't wrong. Sorry, Juri. Juri bit her lips. There had been a time when they talked about boys all the time. She remembered having a crush on Dae Ho too, once upon a time. So it seemed rather unfair how a guy was giving Mia so many headaches while bringing no green flag to the table. Look, if you don't feel like sharing, no need for me to play detective, Juri said, throwing in a sympathetic smile. But hey, we're due for another hangout, and I vote for your place. Fair deal, right? Plus, it's been ages since I laid eyes on that adorable brother of yours. For some reason, Mia couldn't suppress the wave of possessiveness that enveloped her at those words. Cut it out, Dae Ho's already a grown-up man. Juri cocked her head, arms crossed. Well, that's just a solid reason to check out his current vibe, don't you think? I bet he'll greet me with more enthusiasm than you did. And her being Juri Kang meant no male being ever ignored her efforts or her charm. It was a fact universally acknowledged. While it was true that Dae Ho seemed to have developed a robust defense against feminine guiles, that didn't mean she would simply let Juri get too close to him. Still, Juri was Mia's friend, and she felt a sprout of guilt at not being more there for her friend. Mia forced a stiff smile, like a tightrope dancer. Okay, alright, no need to be so hasty, Juri. You know that mom is always excited to see you. Only your mom, huh? Juri wore an interesting expression, hard to describe. She was a clever girl, though her gregarious nature did prevent her from displaying it, most of the time. Of course, where else is better to hang out in Seoul? Unless you'd like to visit my place, that is. There you go again, pretending you're the queen bee in Seoul, Mia said, rolling her eyes. Then she muttered quietly under her breath. Stupid Juri, stupid. What did you say? Juri tilted her head. Mia scoffed. Nothing. It's a plan, then. We could do a sleepover, Juri said excitedly. She reluctantly agreed. I guess it is. I'll let you know the date. But no sleepovers. That elicited an arched eyebrow from her friend. And why's that? You've got plenty of space. We can bunk together in your room. No one's going to be bothered. Juri put on such an expectant face, and she could hardly retort. Aya, whatever, you brat. Mia jabbed her index finger against the smoothness of Juri's forehead. Stupid big-breasted woman. Ai. What was that for? She groaned, rubbing on the tiny red dot with a slight pout. Oh, shush. Mia smiled. You deserved it. Nothing should happen. I'll be there anyway. Her mother was going to be there also. Double protection in case Juri exhibited a more than platonic interest in that foolish stepbrother of hers. Okay, Juri teased, linking arms with Mia as they exited the bathroom. But seriously, spill the details on your Prince Charming. Maybe he can join our not a sleepover party. Mia laughed nervously. We'll see about that, and it really isn't a sleepover. As soon as they were out of the bathroom, many eyes were upon them. They might as well have walked out of a drama with how beautiful they were. The spotlight was always on them. The moment they rejoined their friends at the table, Mia's phone buzzed. She immediately snapped her attention to the screen. Dae Ho, hey, sorry, just got back home. Dae Ho, as soon as you get back, we have to talk. Dae Ho, winking _emoji. Mia huffed indignantly, though a smile still flitted across her face. A begrudging smile, because that idiot didn't deserve the upturn of her lips. Making her worry like that. She quickly typed a response. You still have to make it up to me. You, _down_ smile. You, I'm waiting. Dae Ho, oh, I plan to make it up to you and then some. Dae Ho, front door or back door? Mia's cheeks erupted in a deep shade of red. Dae Ho, maybe both, haha. Bastard. Her fingers blurred across the keyboard. She felt a surge of vindictive glee when she pressed send. We'll see. With how bad you've been, maybe I'll keep both doors closed. You, smiling _face_ with sunglasses. Dae Ho, is that so? Dae Ho, that makes me sad. Dae Ho, so sad that I might ask Andy to comfort me. Dae Ho, weary _face. Mia had this dull, sharp twitch behind her forehead. If she was any stronger, she would have cracked the screen of her phone with how tight her grip had become. TCH. She rolled her eyes at Dae Ho's cheeky messages, a mixture of annoyance and amusement dancing in her eyes. She wasn't about to let him have the upper hand in this banter. You, nice try, but Auntie is off limits. You, besides, you've got some explaining to do first. You, and no, it's not the time for your sad puppy routine. Dae Ho, you're a tough negotiator. I like that. Dae Ho, how about we meet somewhere private to discuss things? Dae Ho, a place where no aunties or prying eyes can interfere. Mia silently contemplated the offer, before seemingly nodding in satisfaction. You, fine. You, we're meeting in your room later tonight. You, if you make it up to me good, I'll give you something nice. You, I'll blow your little mind. Dae Ho, oh that sounds juicy. Dae Ho, what is it? Mia didn't reply. Instead, she closed the chat and pocketed her phone. She had never done that before, but for Dae Ho she'd gladly bear the discomfort. Besides, it was an investment of sorts. A message even. There is no other woman like me. Oh, she'd show him. Yai, Mia! What are you smiling at? It's nothing, nothing. Chapter 49, Bedtime Conundrum. It was hard to imagine what went through Sua's head when she looked at me. My conversations with her were sparse at best, a nod there, a roll of the eyes here, and a cold greeting when she was in a good mood. While I would have liked to nurture my relationship with her, I decided to keep a bit of distance. I didn't like to push things. She'd come around, eventually. Like a cat deciding when it's time to grace you with its presence. As for my uncle, not that I could see him as such, he was an obstacle I couldn't overcome through conventional means. I'd need to look up laws in South Korea, and what could be done. Divorce seemed like the only spell to make him vanish from the equation. I didn't want him to potentially make a move at Eun-ha. Then again, as far as I was told, he seemed to find his kicks elsewhere. Either way, I needed to up the ante and become independent. My thoughts drifted to the most available resource I could get in a short time frame. Money. In the end, it's all about money. I paced around my room, consuming the floor with purposeful steps before I decided to recline on my bed. I stared at the ceiling, my head running with possibilities. Piece of cake, really? All I had to do was show some magic on the field, make the crowd go ooh and ah, and get a noteworthy club's attention. If I could go back to Europe, I'd be on a fast track to success. K-League 1 was cool, but let's be real, it's like comparing a tricycle to a Ferrari. The Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, that's where the real action happened. Teams from South America and Europe ruled the roost. Brazil and Italy were like the cool kids with the most World Cup trophies. Although Italy failed to qualify for the World Cup. My brain chimed in. Well, nobody's perfect. I did some research on the South Korean team of this world. There wasn't much of a big difference. Different names. Not exactly shining on the big stage, but they managed to churn out a good player or two, from time to time. The top contenders for the upcoming World Cup were Argentina, and surprisingly enough, Poland. Lewandowski, you bastard, you didn't cross over as well, did you? Junho would probably contact me soon. Tifa must have given him my personal contact. Either way, Demia TV was piling up a mountain of views. The clout I got from defeating the U18 team had carried over to the channel. Tifa's an amazing editor as well. I should have hit the minimum of subscribers for monetization by now. I'd have to talk it out with that unbearably hot sister of mine about future possibilities. Mia and Eun-ha's input were important, after all. Everything's going smoothly. As smooth as Yang-gu's receding hairline. Which, in hindsight, wasn't that smooth either. Mia's POV. Waiting for an appropriate hour was quite the struggle. She and Dae Ho never defined a specific time. Later that night could mean anything from after dinner to past 1 a.m. Dinner itself was a bore, mostly because Sua decided to be there. The conversation couldn't veer towards more sensitive topics, and because she had to keep Dae Ho on edge, she couldn't simply walk up to him after dinner. She still had her dignity, after all. As such, once the clock struck midnight, Mia's inner demon finally came out. Wearing a tank top and tight dolphin pants, she skulked in the hallway's shadows. However, what she didn't account for was that someone else had the same idea. Mia's bare feet came to an abrupt halt. As did Eun-ha's. Mia's eyebrow twitched. Eun-ha blinked. Mom? Yes, dear? This is not a coincidence, is it? A sheepish smile came over Eun-ha's face. I'm afraid not. Mia sighed. I shouldn't be mad. This is our arrangement, after all. Still. It should be my turn now, Mom. Eun-ha tilted her head, thinking it over. I guess. She bit her bottom lip. But I'm getting old, I have to make the best out of my youth. And you can do it tomorrow, after I'm done with him today. Mia insisted. It's fine. Eun-ha gave her a motherly smile. I can wait. Mia's eyebrow twitched harder. Wait? Like outside the door? Eun-ha nodded, as if it was the most sensible fucking thing in the world. You do know that we're not going to keep things E-rated, right? Considering the relationship we share, I think it would be wise to get used to certain sounds, don't you think? Fuck, she does actually have a point there. That doesn't mean you have to get used to it now, Mom. Mia clenched her fists, a frustrated, faux-polite smile on her face. Now is a perfect time, as we don't know when your father will be back. If you truly have to insist so much, I can come wake you up when we're done. The thought itself was weird, but Mia would rather have some private time with the man she loved. Knowing that her mother was eavesdropping on them going at each other didn't exactly turn her on. An embarrassed blush flashed across Eunha's cheeks. That's not a bad idea, but... The door suddenly snapped open, causing both of them to nearly jump in fright. Dae Ho stepped out, his hair disheveled yet still managing to pull off the fluff and sexy style. Mia's teeth sunk into her bottom lip, biting and chewing so hard just to hold herself back from throwing her arms around him. His toned chest protruded invitingly against the tight fit of his black tee. His shorts, on the other hand, were merely a flimsy barrier that she could tear apart with her teeth if need be. He turned me into such a pervert. Eunha must have been wallowing in the same perverse thoughts as Mia, for she shimmied on the spots, not so subtly stealing glimpses at Dae Ho's lower area. Mia gnarled inwardly, feeling territorial like a mama lion defending her prey from an invading beast. Well, I wasn't aware there was an emergency meeting right outside my room. As per his cool yet sassy way, Dae Ho quipped the two women in front of his door without giving them any special treatment. Mia liked this aloof yet assertive Dae Ho, as that brought a sharpness to the bedroom, while not eliminating the tender moments they shared. Eunha, however, reacted like an upset schoolgirl who failed to get her handsome oppa's attention. Her shoulders drooped, as did her bottom lip. Sorry. I hoped we could spend some time together. Is it not okay? Mia coughed into her hand. And I've already told you that it's my turn now. Dae Ho and I have an appointment. She glanced at her lover for backup, except that she got none. Dae Ho ran a hand through his hair, sighing softly. Mia gulped. That sigh usually didn't precede good news. It is true that Mia and I have agreed to meet in my room, to talk. He rubbed his chin. However, I'd feel bad to send Auntie away like this. It wouldn't be fair. Besides, Dae Ho continued, arms crossed. The matters we have to talk about concern her as well. We can have fun after we're done with the important stuff. Eunha remained silent for a moment before smiling gently. Thank you, son. Mia huffed a frustrated sigh before conceding the point. As much as she hated the situation, she also couldn't bring herself to deny her own mother, of all people, a bit of time with Dae Ho. Dae Ho stood to the side. Come on in. Mia and Eunha waltzed in. He closed the door. Mia felt as though this scenario had repeated more times than she could count. Dae Ho leaned against the lip of his desk as they both settled on his bed. Mia had haphazardly thrown herself towards the pillows, while Eunha eased herself down with the grace of a lady of high station, with both hands tucked on her lap. Mia huffed a sigh and dragged one of the cushions to her bosom, embracing it tight to express her frustrations. Eunha giggled softly, likely finding Mia cute. Mia, in response, sniffed at her, not unlike a petulant child. This is not what I signed up for today. So, Dae Ho began, making sure he had their attention. We need to talk about our future from here on. Eunha shifted on the bed, crossing one leg over the other. Mia pressed her face into the pillow, snorting Dae Ho's lingering scent. As for the man in question, he continued speaking. You already know my end goal in football. Going pro overseas is the most practical course of action right now. Well, not exactly right now, but as soon as possible. Europe seems like the most logical next step. Europe, that's far, isn't it? Eunha voiced out, one hand on her chest. You've yet to sign with a team, and you're already talking about going overseas? Mia interjected, reasonably so. The young man in front of them chuckled. He leaned back, supporting his weight on his outstretched palms. Eunha squirmed as he pushed back his hips, puffing out that prominent bulge a tad. Mia puffed hot air on Dae Ho's pillow, wishing it was his thick meat rod. A talent scout from the South Korean team approached me. He made it clear that they want me in the team. Really? Eunha clapped her hands, beaming at him. That's great news. Well, I'm not surprised. A proud smile flitted across Mia's lips, before she hid it behind the pillow. Dae Ho proceeded with the facts. Mia and Eunha settled and quietly listened. Their lover proposed a bold plan that consisted of 3 steps. Establish himself in K-League 1 as quickly as possible, make a transfer deal, and make it big as a top European footballer. Of course, that was all conjecture in Mia's mind. An ambitious dream. She had seen how good Dae Ho was. but she didn't know how he'd match up against the big names. I need to start watching more football. If only to get a better idea of what kind of world her step-brother was getting into. Now that I've made this point, we need to get into more delicate matters. You mean where we fit in this grand plan of yours? Mia guessed. Dae Ho nodded. Once I establish myself. I'll travel a lot, he admitted. You're not planning on cutting us off now, are you? At Mia's sharp remark, Eunha's eyes went wide as she looked in abject horror at Dae Ho. Dae Ho frowned, a hint of irritation seeping through his tone. You fool, do you really think I would? As if I would let you. I'll tie you down on this very same bed before you even get to screen Gold Dot. Mia asserted, wielding a pillow for more theatrical flair. Her threat turned out to be as effective as an amateur actor without stage directions. Dae Ho merely brushed it off like a gentle breeze over his perfectly fluffy and sexy hair. What I was getting at was whether you two blobs of unreasonable sexiness would be willing to come with me. That would mean making our relationship official? Eunha probed, split between looking ecstatic about it and downright concerned of the consequences. Hell no, that's not going to paint me in a good light. It's one thing if I'm two-timing a bunch of girls, it's another if I'm literally fucking my stepsister and my stepmother. Uncle Yonggu, if he finds out, wouldn't stay silent either. Mia and Eunha exchanged grim looks. Considering his vast network of important people, I wouldn't put it past him to get some petty revenge at you. Mia agreed with her mother's words. Fuck, it wasn't something she often found herself thinking about. She'd be standing against her father. While she didn't see him as such since he lost his place as a family father, she couldn't bring herself to think of him as an enemy. The bastard was busy fooling around anyway, so she wouldn't exactly lose much sleep over this if she had to step up and take responsibility. Still, this was the same man that would always bring back sweets and other gifts for her from his trips. A man that was supposed to love and protect her mother. She would have to step over him to pursue her interests. But he's done the exact same, hasn't he? My conscience isn't in the wrong here. Ugh. Damn it all. Dae Ho wasn't aware of Mia's internal war. His eyes were fixed on Eunha. That's why. Auntie, what would you do if I asked you to divorce him? Chapter 50. Enjoy the show, Mother Part 1. Eunha's POV. Divorce was something that had crossed her mind before. It seemed so simple in the movies. A woman finds out her husband is cheating on her, they argue, there's a huge fight, and she kicks him out of the house. But in real life, things were never that easy. In her pursuit to keep the family together, she thought she could sacrifice herself to keep everything stable and functioning. In the end, she failed. She was weak, and she had fallen in love with someone else. What would you do if I asked you to divorce him? Mia stilled, darting glances at both of them. Eunha heaved in a shuddering breath. If I said I wanted to leave him, what would you do? His eyes locked with hers, dark but firm and gentle. She'd get lost in them if she could. I'll help you, of course. He smiled. Though we might have to wait until I get my own place before we proceed to file a divorce. Divorce. Eunha never expected she'd be able to utter the word with such calm and composure. She should have been a writhing mess. A puddle of a sobbing woman crying her heart out as she clutched her husband tightly. But now, she felt liberated. Dae Ho gave her such peace of mind. The young man that her family had adopted like he was one of their own had transformed her into a woman she failed to recognize. It was quite odd. She was sure she wasn't one to fall into another man's arms so soon, especially while being married. Her heart felt alive, burning and pumping madly and hard as if begging to be crushed and loved. If a heart could burst with emotions, she was certain hers would. What have you done to me, Dae Ho? She questioned. To us? Their gazes meshed together, as if 100 suns were erupting in a perfect supernova. Her breath was still stuck somewhere between her chest and lips. It was the first time she didn't think of Yonggu. Of her past marriage, one tainted in infidelity and lies. It was liberating and addictive. Divorce? Will I really get a divorce? She felt like she should. She couldn't exactly continue with such a sham of a marriage. I guess this also falls under the category of long-term plans. I have to ask this. Dae Ho seemed uncomfortable. Has he done anything to you lately? She wasn't surprised at his line of questioning. His voice rang clear with protective undertones. Honestly, she'd have been offended if he didn't even once inquire about what was going on between Yonggu and her. No. I've been avoiding him. It helps that he's busy and out of town most of the time. She used to weep over such a fact, but now she felt like she could touch the stars. It meant more quality time with Dae Ho. Eun-ha smiled as she saw the tension seep out of him with a relieved sigh. I love you, dear. She found herself saying, eyes heavy-lidded. I won't let him or any other man touch me. See what you've done to me? If you don't take responsibility, no one else will. If I didn't know any better, I'd almost think you've been manipulating me this whole time, Auntie. Dae Ho walked up to her, grazing the underside of her chin with a finger. Maybe I have. Or maybe you've been the one casting spells on me. Either way, I don't mind being enchanted by you. Dae Ho chuckled, his touch lingering on her chin. Enchanted, huh? I must be quite the wizard. Mia cleared her throat. Eun-ha blinked, suddenly remembering that they weren't alone. Her daughter was frowning hard enough to break her own face. Look, I hate to interrupt, but can we get back to the main reason I am here? She sat up, on her knees, and slowly paddled over to the edge of the bed. And pray tell, why are you here, Mia Nuna? Dae Ho asked, knowing very well the reason, but he certainly loved putting her on the spot. Eun-ha couldn't stop the giggles from escaping her lips as she witnessed her daughter's frustration. Mia's face was all scrunched up. She got up and approached Dae Ho. Her hand reached up to his cheek, cupping it. I'm here to talk and to fuck. Well, I like to talk. It's good quality bonding time. Dae Ho. Mia was ready to throw hands. Not that much of a talker, are we? I'll talk, but I'll talk dirty, so your perverted ears will get plenty. I'd like to consult my lawyer before we proceed with. And throw hands, Mia did. Eun-ha shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Dae Ho had such a strange, but cute relationship with Mia. I can't believe he's dating both me and my daughter. We really are perverts. She watched as Dae Ho and Mia fell on the bed, rolling, limbs entangled, looking more like a brawl between an innocent hiker and a carnivorous beast that pounced on him. Mia ended up on top. She straddled him, her ass pointed right at Eun-ha. Those dolphin shorts clung tightly to Mia's rear. Eun-ha stared at them, at how Mia successfully pinned Dae Ho on the bed, smirking down at him. A sudden bout of jealousy surged through her. It was a strange and unwelcome sensation, being jealous of her own daughter. There wasn't any hostility. She'd never do anything to hurt Mia, but as any human, she was possessive of what she deemed hers. Perhaps it was merely being territorial. Mia ground her butt down, causing Dae Ho's member to rise. His bulge pushed outwards, forming a noticeable bump in his pants. Mia! Dae Ho breathed out, glancing at Eun-ha. Auntie is here, shouldn't you wait until? Mia's tongue impatiently rocketed into Dae Ho's open mouth. It reminded Eun-ha of a python seizing the perfect opportunity to strike. Dae Ho didn't stand a chance. He was caught off guard, and Mia took full advantage of the opening. A deep, needy moan resonated in the room, coming from Mia. Her tongue slipped between his lips, exploring his mouth and wrestling against his own tongue. The bed creaked as Mia pressed down harder. She wiggled her ass, rubbing her cheeks over Dae Ho's bulge. Mia's shorts were so thin and flimsy, Eun-ha could vividly see the outline of her daughter's panties. Eun-ha gulped, her throat suddenly dry. I shouldn't be watching. She squirmed a little. I shouldn't even be here. Mia pulled back. Their lips dislodged, yet the connection remained in the form of a web of drool. Eun-ha blushed when Mia brazenly licked it off, flipping her hair around in her typical fashion. You were saying? She taunted. Well, Dae Ho, with his messy hair and glistening lips, gave her a wry smile. Miss Police Officer, could you please go easy on me? I don't like to perform with an audience. That was such a poor lie, and even Eun-ha knew it. Mia tightened her hold on his arms. She smiled, a full, white smile that beautifully displayed her fangs. Honey, you are under charm arrest. Everything you say or do can and will be used to make me more horny. You've got the right to be absolutely sexy and immobile. You're entitled to an intimate attorney, and if you can't afford one, lucky for you, I'm offering my services. So, do you understand the seductive rights I've just laid out for you? With these rights in mind, care to plead the fifth and let actions speak louder? Dae Ho arched an eyebrow, smirking. Mia had a way with words. Eun-ha would have never come up with a monologue so erotic and ridiculous at the same time. As for my mother, Mia looked in her direction. She can watch as much as she wants, but no touching. This is my turn, after all. Eun-ha looked away. In that case, Dae Ho had Mia's attention now. I'd like to plead as guilty as charged and request the maximum sentence of your undivided attention. Mia giggled, shaking her head. She leaned down and captured his lips again, with so much ferocity that she might as well have been a beast chowing down a chunk of meat. If Mia wanted to choke him to death by plunging her tongue in his esophagus, she was being very successful. On! They kissed, and they kept kissing. Lips meshed, tongues tangled, and moans erupted. Dae Ho was a man of few words, but his lips were a different matter. They spoke volumes of his desire, his lust. And Mia, oh, poor Mia was so eager. And Eun-ha didn't know what to do, or feel. This was the first time she'd be seeing the two of them having sex. And they were in no way being considerate. Mia pulled away, sitting up straight and giving Dae Ho a great view of her large breasts. She reached one hand down, easily bypassing his waistband, before she pulled his manhood free. Eun-ha bit her bottom lip, trying to control herself, her fingers gripping the sheets tightly. Oh my God! Mia was going at it, stroking his penis up and down, squeezing and pumping it. How's that, baby? She teased. Feeling good yet? Dae Ho, ever the man, remained silent. His eyes were focused on her, and on Mia's hand wrapped around his rod. His breathing was coming in rough, restrained bursts. I don't know. I think you can do better. Mia smirked. The challenge was accepted. Well, in that case. She tucked her intrusive hair behind an ear and brought the flared tip to her lips. She didn't take him in immediately. Revenge should be best served with calm denial. As such, she stroked her lips across his length, occasionally adding a bit of tongue. Mia thoroughly enjoyed teasing him, especially when he was at her mercy. Come on, Mia Nuna, stop messing around. You'll give Auntie the wrong impression, Dae Ho managed to say. It must have been hard holding himself back as he was. Suddenly being called out, Eun-ha jolted, her cheeks flaring. She averted her gaze, not wanting to show the arousal and curiosity bubbling within her. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here, at all. But she couldn't look away. I'll stop when I want to. Her daughter was so brazen, so unashamed. Mia's tongue flicked his penis. She was licking and nibbling at him, like he was a lollipop she refused to share. Mia, didn't you say you wanted to blow my mind? You're torturing me. Torture is part of the fun, Dae Ho. Mia breathed out, her lovely, rosy tongue unfurling from her slightly swollen lips. It danced across the sensitive tip, making him groan. Eun-ha shivered. She'd give anything to be in her daughter's shoes. Mia finally opened her mouth and started sucking him off. There was no gradual intake of his shaft. She speared herself right away. Her head bobbed up and down, her cheeks hollowing out. Eun-ha couldn't even see half of his penis with how hard Mia was blowing him. She's going to deep throat him. She felt herself becoming hot, and her pussy getting wet. No, 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 no. Not now. Oh God, this is not happening to me. Disgust. Shame. Arousal. Her higher mental faculties didn't know what emotional file to open. An adware might as well have gone off in her pretty little head, spamming one emotion after the other, completely rendering her immobile to do anything but stare at the mess unfolding. MMHPH. Mia slobbered over his cock, drool trickling down his balls. Her head was bobbing like a crazy metalhead in a concert. Eun-ha heard gagging, but she could only imagine the sheer amount of cock her daughter was trying to take in. She had seen firsthand how endowed her adopted son was, after all. The sound of Dae Ho's penis popping in and out of her daughter's mouth was a lot like a car door slamming shut. And Mia's moans, they were muffled. But that didn't mean they were quiet. On. She's fingering herself. That was when Eun-ha noticed one of Mia's hands sneaking between her thighs. A dark stain bloomed on her daughter's shorts. But it was Dae Ho's sight that had Eun-ha's pussy pulsating with need. His eyes were narrowed, and one of his hands was resting atop her head, encouraging her to go even harder, to wreck her own throat with his cock. Eun-ha had to exert an incredible amount of self-restraint to keep her hands away from inappropriate places. She couldn't imagine what had happened if she decided to partake in the fun as well. Besides, this isn't right. Watching her daughter go down on Dae Ho and fantasizing it was actually her in Mia's place. That's why. She had to clench her teeth and not move. Mia's eyes fleeted for a moment towards Eun-ha. The deadlock barely lasted a second, but in that second, Unha knew that Mia had just made an unspoken statement. Enjoy the show, mother. It's the only thing you'll be getting. Chapter 51. Enjoy the show, mother part 2. My heart was pounding faster than ever before, my blood sizzling hot. I could barely restrain myself from grabbing Mia's head and just plunging into her mouth, going hard and fast. My dick twitched, and Mia noticed, pausing her motions. Oh? Someone is getting excited. She giggled, her lips glistening with saliva. I wanted to kiss her, and taste myself in her mouth. I like when things get messy, and I was a little curious to see how Unha would react. She had the best reactions. But this was Mia's turn. It's all because of your amazing performance. Of course it is, she said matter-of-factly. But I have something way better for you. Is that so? What do you have in mind? She smirked, rolling around on the bed. Get up, Dae Ho. We're going to try something new today. I arched an eyebrow, curious, as she crawled on all fours. Her shorts rolled up, displaying her plump rear. I wanted to grab her ass, spread it open, and bury my face between her butt cheeks. I shook my head. So? She turned around, smiling brightly. I got up, standing right next to the bed. My cock was hard, demanding, almost pulsating, waiting, patiently or not so patiently, for her mouth to engulf it again. Mia, with an enticing smirk, sauntered over to me. Be happy, you handsome bastard. I'll allow you to fuck my mouth. Only for tonight you can use my mouth as your own personal sex toy. Without missing a beat, Mia flipped onto her back. Now upside down, her head was precariously hanging off the bed's edge. Her long and loose hair draped down towards the floor as she locked eyes with me. Okay, she's gone crazy. And I fucking love it. I swallowed, getting excited. Nuna! I found myself murmuring, entranced by the position. Mia smirked and blew me a kiss. The image before my eyes would be burned forever in my memory. Her lips were pink and puffy, swollen up and moistened by the endless bouts of slobbering all over me. Unha's presence went ignored at the back of my mind. Come on, babe. Remember what I told you that day. Don't leave a lady waiting. She pried her mouth open, like a willing clam offering its pearl to me. That fucking tongue of hers. Oh, it had driven me nuts just a few minutes ago. I apologize. I was just taking a mental picture of you right now. You sure know how to rile me up. She gave me an upside-down smile. If you continue to be such a good boy, it won't be the last time I do this for you. With a smirk, I wrapped one hand around the root of my cock and aligned it toward her face, pushing my tip against her parted lips. Mia eagerly licked me, moaning softly as if to tell me to hurry up. I kept one hand firmly planted on the mattress for balance while pushing forward. As my cock disappeared past her lips, Mia gurgled excitedly at the same time my breathing became harsh. Her eyes bulged wide, but she kept perfectly still while letting my cock slowly penetrate her. Damn! In this position, it wouldn't be hard for her to reach all the way to the base. My cock was now straining her neck even more as the tip got lodged somewhere within the tighter confines of her esophagus. Mia was totally unyielding as she opened up her mouth wider than I had ever seen her go before. Wide enough for me to wedge another good inch of shaft inside. She gargled again and the vibration sent another shiver running through me. My other hand held Mia's neck for support, trying to measure just how far I have gone within her upside-down blowjob. Mia remained motionless as I tested out her limits, and she never pushed back against my probing touches. Mia! I hissed out, excitement overpowering the small amounts of my reasoning that tried to stay rational. It didn't help that Mia was encouraging me by digging her fingers into my ass, urging me to plunder her face. She was not playing around. My cock sank further past her parted lips. This was unreal. Mia kept letting me probe. Her lips were forced wide apart. Drool spilled out along my shaft. Mia didn't attempt to control any of the messy flow coming from her stretched jaw. Eventually, her gag reflex kicked in, though she surprisingly managed to control it. With much more probing, the tip of my penis touched something solid, the back of Mia's stretched mouth. My dick reached all the way through, stretching her mouth like never before. Her throat visibly swelled along my shaft, distending past its normal limitations as Mia continued to adapt with her tongue flapping around messily. Angling my hips to gain even the slightest amount of new depth, I pushed further. Mia kept adapting, opening as best as she could for my penis to make further ground within. Her throat rippled, spasmed as her breathing became difficult with half my length lodged up her mouth, cutting off her oxygen supply. I instinctively pulled my penis a bit, but Mia did something totally unexpected. She clasped down on my ass, holding it in place, giving me the silent go sign. And I took it as one as well. My control was running low to non-existent as I was caught in a desire of thrusting as deep as I could in Mia's willing throat. The tight, velvety tightness of her esophagus was like a tube of flesh squeezing me dry. I could only imagine how it'd feel unloading my cum straight into her throat. Is she fine? Eun-ha's voice might as well have been a light rain in the thunderstorm that was my mind. I had momentarily forgotten about her. How could I not? My cock was completely down Mia's throat, firmly lodged. She is. I gritted out, focusing. At least, I think she is. Mia glanced at Eun-ha. With a mouthful of cock, she couldn't speak, but her eyes, and the playful sweeping of her tongue against the underside of my shaft spoke louder than words. Fuck. I can't help it. With both hands, I grabbed Mia's face, adjusting it slightly. In a split second, her lips clamped tight along the length of my shaft. Mia wasn't letting go for even a moment. She continued gurgling excitedly, her throat making all the right motions and vibrations to stimulate me even more. That looks... I mentally apologized to Eun-ha as I tuned her out. Now wasn't really the moment. My nerves were on fire. And with Mia looking at me like that, I decided to trust my primal instincts, and began thrusting. My movements started slow at first, long but steady pulls that dragged my cock a good third of the way free before I plunged straight back in. It was messy. Really fucking messy. She was ejecting so much saliva that long streaks of drool cascaded down her face. And by God, did she look absolutely gorgeous. She was holding perfectly still while keeping her mouth wide open without applying too much suction. My grip tightened around her face as I pulled back, angling my hips again. This position was addicting. It was driving my sex drive off the charts. I almost had to laugh. This kind of thrill, I'd never experienced anything quite like it before. But before I could fully thrust back in, I pulled out completely. She chose that moment to cough slightly, which reminded me that she still needed oxygen. Her gulping breaths for precious air echoed. Mia didn't get much of it with my penis back within her mouth right after her fit of coughs had subsided. Take it easy, Nuna. I bit out. She was now choking on my dick. She blindly clamped a hand around my ass again, making the universal sign that she would go even deeper. Hell or high water, she would see my cock going straight to her stomach if she could. My right hand grabbed the back of her head while my left hand held her face. Our gazes connected at that moment. In a single swift motion, I pushed forward. The tip of my cock wedged beyond the back of her throat. Mia's gag reflex acted up, and I could feel her struggling to adapt to a more severe invasion. Shouldn't we stop her? Eun-ha's face was twisted in concern, though there was a clear hint of curiosity as well. Clearly, if Mia was truly dying for this blowjob, she would have let me know. She's enjoying it as much as I am. Talking felt like a waste of precious breathing, though my words rang true when I landed my eyes on Mia's squirming thighs. She was overflowing with juices. Fuck! The sheer bliss of her tightening muscles and vibrating throat almost brought me to the finish line far sooner than I expected. Fuck, this might be the shortest fucking blowjob in the history of blowjobs. I breathed in and out. I might be having all the pleasure, but Mia was also at her limit. She couldn't keep this up forever. I pulled back, allowing her some breathing time. My cock was soaked with drool, a tangling, flimsy web that clung to Mia's face. Are you, about to, come, Dae Ho? Nuna, are you alright? This is already insane. Fuck. As you can, see. I'm more than, fine. Babe, now come on, give me your seed. She lifted her hands, sliding them from my ass towards my cock and balls. With fervent eagerness, she began working on them. One hand cupping my sack, while the other working furiously on my shaft. A continuous schlick sound filled the room each time Mia pumped my drool-slicked cock. My hips jolted. I was on the edge. She bathed my cock with her steamy breathing, not flinching even when her own saliva dripped off my tip onto her face. So lost was I that I hadn't even noticed Eun-ha standing right next to us, a wide-eyed spectator watching her own daughter giving me a hardcore blowjob. Eun-ha held a hand over her mouth, A transfixed expression etched on her pretty face as she transitioned her eyes from me to Mia, and back to me again. My towering, throbbing prick cast a shadow over Mia's face, the bulging veins looking like they were about to burst. Mia! Nuna! I clenched my teeth with a sharp intake of air. I'm about to. Ha! In my mouth! She immediately tore her mouth wide open. Do it in my mouth! A hand fisted Mia's hair, mine. I used her hair for better support while pushing my cock between Mia's eager, swollen lips. I watched, fascinated, as the very tip of my length breached further and slid right through. She wasn't gagging. Her throat had perfectly adapted to the way I had been plunging her earlier. She made it look easy even when I knew it probably wasn't. My penis slid further, faster, in a smooth motion right up through Mia's stretched-out mouth without so much resistance, gliding down past her sealed lips. Our moans entangled into a messy symphony. Her saliva was drooling profusely, free-flowing in a non-stop waterfall to the floor beneath. I began to face-fuck her, pushing myself over that elusive edge. This time I didn't even try to stop the overpowering urge that swelled within me. With one hand planted firmly on Mia's face, and with the other fisting her hair, I pumped in hard and fast. MMMPH. Ah, fuck. Unha ended up having a front row seat of me spurging all of my cum straight into her daughter's mouth. I nearly lost strength in my knees when that rush of pleasure hit me like a drunken driver slamming his truck into an unsuspecting pedestrian. My hands kept Mia's head firmly in place. She gurgled, her throat moving up and down to swallow the flood of semen. Such was the strength of my ejaculation that most of the initial outpour ended up spraying past her lips and dribbling right on her face. Not that she seemed to care. When rounds upon rounds of thick cream continued to pour into her, I tried to pull away, knowing that suffocating Mia with my jizz wasn't the best beginning to our love story. But the crazy woman dug her unnecessarily sharp nails into my ass, keeping me in place just as I had done to her. Too drained to put up resistance, I watched, as did Unha, as Mia eagerly gulped everything down, her whole body trembling in apparent ecstasy. When her grip on my ass finally loosened, I stepped back, my cock plopping out of her mouth with a schlick sound. Saliva and semen mixed together to weave a web of pure depravity all over her flushed face. Not once did I think she looked dirty. Akira here, this is the end of part 3. If you enjoyed the story, we would appreciate it if you liked the video. Also, please support the original author for this amazing work. I have put their Patreon and the web novel link in the description. Thank you and have a great day.